Now, all Propeller Ads users can advertise in Telegram mini apps. It's a new ad format that seamlessly fits Telegram's look and feel. And here's how it looks like. How will the user see your ad? While a user interacts with a mini app, an ad appears natively, say when a user runs out of lives in the game, and a user clicks on the ad, and it's then taken to your landing page, your Telegram mini app or channel. So why is Telegram traffic the new holy grail for advertisers? It is a new source of traffic, so the competition is still very low. Users are engaged, they make purchases in mini apps, play games, or use voice.
And everything has changed.
From Wall Street to Main Street to the C-Suite, we are your daily lifeline because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Increase your investing power with Pocket Broker. 100 plus investing assets, instant top up and withdrawal with no fees.
Ajaib bisa apa? Trading crypto. Lebih stabil, lebih lengkap, lebih baik. Ajaib semua bisa.
You cannot work remotely with international clients if you don't have any degree, have no work experience, or are just a stay-at-home mom. Oh, that's a myth. No matter your education or your experience, you can work remotely. You only need one skill, the ability to learn. You can be a virtual assistant. But how, you might ask? Let's talk with an expert.
Welcome to Opening Bid. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. Like I always say, this is the podcast that will make you a better investor. So be sure to hit us with those 5-star ratings on Spotify and Apple Music, and of course, those thumbs up on YouTube. We appreciate the love and support. Before I get to our feature interview of the day, have to do our stock of the day. And unsurprisingly, we're going back to the well. It is NVIDIA, ticker symbol NVDA on the Yahoo Finance platform. A couple things that stood out to me today that is making NVIDIA my stock of the day yet again, probably for like the 12th time in the past 3 months. One, you had the CFO, Colette Kress, longtime CFO, really well regarded at NVIDIA, come out this week and say, we may be back on the hunt for acquisitions. Now, NVIDIA has close to $40 billion of cash sitting on its balance sheet. So to hear Colette come out and say, we might put that cash to work to go out and buy another company, she has signaled another potential earnings driver or earnings catalyst for the company looking out over the next 18 to 24 months. Second thing that caught my attention, this week Amazon came out, new Trainium chip, talked about all its cool specs, all its potential demand, and NVIDIA's stock did nothing. Actually, it did something. It continued to go up. NVIDIA shares continue to outperform the S&P 500 so far in December. Stock is outperforming the S&P 500 by about 2 times. So Amazon potentially challenging NVIDIA chips. NVIDIA investors say, well, that's all nice and good, but NVIDIA is still crushing. And last but not least, I would also keep an eye on NVIDIA into Jensen Huang, of course, the founder and CEO of NVIDIA, his keynote address at the Consumer Electronics Show, or CES, on January 7th. You could very easily see investors gobble up more of the shares into that event, making that event a potential sell the news type of event. Now let's get to our feature interview of the today. Really excited about this one, guys. Peter Zeihan, New York Times bestselling author, geopolitical expert. Good to see you. Welcome to the roundtable.
Thank you very much.
There's a lot of areas we could start with you, but I like a lot. Let's start on tariffs because
Sure.
It is such an important topic to our community here at Yahoo Finance. These are investors trying to put money to work. I mean, first of all, what do you think will go into effect?
Oh, I have no idea. Let's be clear. Trump has no idea. One of the big differences between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is in the Trump 1, there was a cadre of people who attached themselves to the president, who had some experience in government and finance and everything else. That's not happening this time. Now he's just packing the place with loyalists. So we get the old style Trump where he tweets out a random idea that he has and then goes and plays golf. But there's no one to really pick up the policy and run with it this time. That doesn't mean there won't be tariffs. It means we just don't know. Don't look at what he says. And I realize waiting to see what he does is not great advice. Look at his schedule, because whoever he speaks with most recently, whoever flatters him most recently, they get their way.
Well, if there's not someone checking him, Robert Lighthizer doesn't look like he's getting a spot inside the cabinet.
Does not seem like he's interested.
If he doesn't have someone checking him on tariffs, does that mean he can get really extreme because he really deliver on some of these claims he's talking about, 100% tariffs on China?
Well, remember, what we've learned between Trump 1 and now is that world leaders have figured out how to manage Trump. So, for example, right after the election, one of the first world leaders to call him was Zelensky of Ukraine. And he said all the right things. Oh, congratulations on your mandate. Congratulations on your crushing victory. Obviously, everyone in the United States finally sees things. It's like, you blow the right smoke, you get your way. And we saw, as soon as that 25% tariff issue happened, Scheinbaum called him immediately. Trudeau's changed his schedule.
As Trudeau's having dinner at Mar-a-Lago?
Exactly. And that was all about proactive Trump management. So we're in this weird situation where everyone is trying to court the king, and they will keep doing it. Now, you can only do that so much. Wilbur Ross, remember him?
Yeah, he's coming on soon with us. He's been on.
Yeah, he basically lived in the White House because he figured this out early on, and he realized that if he wasn't the last person to have the conversation with Trump, whatever he was trying to do didn't matter. So now we have world leaders doing that.
Has a trade war already erupted?
You could argue that. I would say that while Trump's tariffs from phase 1 obviously changed the conversation, and arguably in a positive way, what Joe Biden has done the last 4 years is take Trump's trade policies and make them more cohesive and coherent and really target specific sectors. I would be shocked if Trump did away with anything that Biden did in the field and just found ways to double and triple down on them. So the tech sanctions that we have seen on China are going to get more robust. And while tariffs may not be great for economic activity overall, the idea that they don't play a role in where we're going, that's just silly. And so seeing stricter and stricter things on countries like China for economic reasons make a lot of sense. And we're seeing kind of a flip of what we had during the Cold War. During the Cold War, the US said, you can have all your access to our market that you want if we can write your security policies. Now, we've got the Trump administration basically trying to reverse that. If you want a relationship with the United States, you have to give us this, 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 and this, and we will use tariffs to make sure we get our way. So it's not as crazy as it sounds, but it's also not as coherent as it sounds.
You talk to a lot of folks literally around the world. What do they think about some of the economic policies, tariffs, whatever you call it, tax cuts that the incoming president is floating?
There is a degree of resignation. American policy, especially American foreign economic policy, has been moving in a more populist nationalist direction since the very tail end of the George W. Bush administration. It started with the disinterest of Obama. It went into tariffs with Trump. It went into nationalism and industrial policy with Biden. Now we've got Trump too. They no longer see Trump as the outlier, as just the most recent in a chain of developments, and they're broadly right. The Americans just aren't as interested as we used to be. And never forget that we hold up the ceiling for global trade, but we really don't do a lot of it. If you remove agriculture and energy exports, if you remove Canada and Mexico, you're talking like 5-6% of GDP is international trade for the U.S.
Are they scared of Trump?
Yeah, and they should be, but they were also terrified of Biden because in Biden they saw a more competent Trump.
Interesting. How are they preparing for Trump 2.0? Let's just stay on the tariff front. Like, what are your clients talking about? What are they putting into action today to get in front of anything that may come January 21st?
It's a intensification of something we've been seeing over the last 10 years. In the case of Europe, you've got demographic collapse in progress. And so there's not enough people under age 50 to buy stuff anymore. So if you want to get on the right side of tariff walls, you have to start producing things in North America. The Koreans and especially the Japanese figured that out years ago. The Europeans are now playing catch up. Japan is a great example of this strategy in action. 10 years ago, Toyota's top facilities weren't in Japan. They were in Kentucky. They were in Texas. And so they've already gotten most of their industrial plant that matters where it needs to be. Europeans are starting very, very late. You may have seen what's been going on with Volkswagen recently. We've got strikes. Volkswagen is trying to shut some plants, so the people who are working at those plants are striking, so the plants aren't, it's a bad plan. But they no longer have a market at home. They no longer have the energy from Russia. They no longer have sales in China. You're looking at an implosion of the auto industry in Europe, especially in Germany. There's nowhere to go except Mexico and the United States.
If we have this conversation 4 years from now, what do you think Trump has done to the United States in terms of like the world order? Like, where are we as a country?
The United States is going to be fine. It's really going to depend upon who becomes defense secretary. That is still very much up in the air. And having a nominee whose mom says he's an abuser of women is not a good look. But assuming we get somebody reasonably competent in that role who can kind of hold the line and maintain U.S. military operational capacity, I think that'll happen. The U.S. basically takes 4 years off. And in those 4 years, everyone else basically has to arm up. So we will have a much larger defense structure in Europe, which sounds great until you realize that probably involves a few countries having a nuclear weapon. We'll have a changed security environment in Asia because the demographic picture there is horrific. And it's entirely possible that we have a complete break in the Chinese system between now and the end of Trump 2. In terms of the rest of the world, nobody has a navy that can patrol their own sea lanes. And so we will probably have a trade crisis that is not directly linked to Trump, but the general breakdown in the international security environment. So we are looking at a transformational presidency, just none of these are things that Trump has specifically said that he wants.
Well, I share your concerns on these fronts. And to that end, I was recently had a dinner with a former high-ranking military official. And this person expressed real concern that China, this time around, invades Taiwan. What are you hearing from folks on that front?
Everyone's concerned about that because it is the hot button issue, and 90% of our high-end chips do come from one town in Taiwan.
Absolutely. Taiwan Semiconductor, of course.
But we're going to lose all that anyway. There's 4,500 single-point failures in the semiconductor supply chain system. Most of those aren't in Taiwan. So you can have a country break down anywhere in the world. and we lose the high-end semiconductors anyway. So I think we're focused on the wrong conversation. It's not that the fabs aren't important, but they're not the highest value add part of the process. They're not the most capital intensive part of the process. And they're not the most profitable part of the process. There's 4,500 other steps that matter. And we were going to lose a few of them, and that's all it takes. If China were to do it, and if they won easily, you would have some degree of sanctions and naval activity from the United States, from Japan, from Australia, from Vietnam, from someone. And that's the end of China, because this is a country that imports 3/4 of their energy.
So if that happens, they get put in a corner somewhere.
Yeah, and it's not hard. Sri Lanka could destroy the Chinese supply lines because the Chinese don't have range. So you're looking at the end of China as an industrialized unified state if they do that. Now, 5 years ago, Chairman Xi of China realized that, and he knew it was all just drama and talk. But 5 years after he got rid of the last people who would tell him the truth, and 5 years of having nothing but rancid propaganda be in your intellectual diet, that messes with your head. And so now we just don't know.
If there's a long list of risks out there in the world.
Yeah.
Russia, Ukraine, what's going on in Israel. We were just talking about China, Taiwan. I'm
not
sure.
too worried about Israel.
I'm sure. Why not? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what is the biggest risk investors need to think about on the geopolitical front next year.
I mean, this is the best way I can put the Israeli stuff. Okay, so New York, big state. Texas, bigger state. We all make fun of the small states. We all agree on that, right? Rhode Island's the smallest.
Yeah.
Gaza's 1/9 the size of Rhode Island. It's just really hard for me to get excited about Gaza. I mean, what's going on there is horrible. It was horrible in last October. It's horrible now. It's just bad. But they don't produce anything. They don't consume anything. They don't transit anything. And anyone who's bringing up Palestine as an issue is doing it for a different reason, most likely. And Iran and Israel have gone out of their way to avoid a direct confrontation. Lebanon really doesn't count from a broader strategic picture. So Israel's going to be okay. A war with Iran is exceedingly unlikely. That doesn't mean that there aren't some hammers going around and doing some interesting things in Hezbollah and Syria and all that. It's interesting. Not really economically impactful, though.
Hang with us, Peter. We're going to be right back after the short break.
Degree, have no work experience, or are just a stay-at-home mom? Oh, that's a myth. No matter your education or your experience, you can work remotely. You only need one skill, the ability to learn. You can be a virtual assistant. But how, you might ask? Let's talk with an expert, Tanya Gromenko, the founder of SGBVA. Hi, Tanya.
Hi, Vina. Hello semuanya. Nama saya Tanya.
Welcome back to Opening Bid. Going into the really diving into the world of geopolitical risks, and there's a lot out there to talk about with Peter Zeihan, New York Times bestselling author and geopolitical expert. Peter, we were off camera a little bit. We were talking very briefly on Doge. Before we dig too much into Doge, what does the framework of this thing look like in your view?
Okay, two things to keep in mind, both of which are Musk-centric. Number one, Musk's experience with governance is limited, and to create a new department requires an act of Congress. And let's just say that Donald Trump is an ideas guy, not a details guy.
So Doge may not even be created.
It probably will in some form, but the idea that's going to be done in less than 6 months is a bit of a stretch. If you remember to the last non-details president we had, Barack Obama, it took a year because he just threw the whole idea of healthcare to Congress, said, work it out. This is what I want. Oh my God, the nightmare that came out of that. And now we've got a Bureau of Government Efficiency that is going to have 2 department heads. I mean, that sounds so government to me. Mm-hmm. So, this is going to take a longer time. And the fat, if that's the right word, in the federal budget isn't in discretionary spending, it's in entitlements. And Donald Trump has made it very, very clear through his first term and through the campaign for second term that we're going to be no meaningful changes to Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. So you've already removed well over 80% of the potential savings from the system.
You can't just can thousands of federal employees. I mean,
exactly. That also requires an act of Congress.
These are people helping to keep literally the lights on critical functions, right?
I mean, the argument that there is savings to be made or that there's employees that are not performing, of course. But the idea that you can just with a stroke of a pen change that, no. This requires Congress, dedicated efforts from Congress. The last president who tried to do this was Jimmy Carter. He spent 2.5 years working on it, and he reduced the amount of time that it took to fire a federal employee from 14 months to 7.
That's great.
And that's when the president is focused on it. Trump doesn't focus.
So how do international folks you talk to view Elon Musk? Some say he's a shadow president. I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, but that's not exactly what he is. But how do they view him?
They see him as an oligarch of the Gilded Age style, the railroad robber barons, if you will, and that he is using government policy to advance his corporate interests. And I think that's broadly an accurate assessment.
So they don't view him as an innovator, and good for the world.
You can be both. Yeah. Now, Tesla from an environmental point of view, but that's an EV issue. The fact that he is already looking to investigate financial aid from things like the Inflation Reduction Act that are going into his competitors, but onto Tesla, I find hilarious. But I mean, honestly, we should have seen that coming.
What is the biggest risk in the United States that you think people are not focusing on?
We're looking at demographic collapse in China, Korea, Japan, Germany, Italy, all within the next 10 years.
What do you mean demographic collapse?
These countries have had birth rates for so low for so long that in all cases they have more people above age 50 than below age 50. And if you fast forward 10 years, they're going to almost have more people above age 60 than below age 60. And we don't have an economic model that works for that. So,
well, Elon would say just have more kids.
Yeah, it's great. If you start now, you'll get 30-year-olds in 31 years.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of time. And if we're going to rule out immigration, and that scale of immigration for these countries is not possible anymore, they need a new economic model. And if you think back on your history, the last couple of times that the Germans tried a new economic model, we had some arguments. Doing that for countries the size of China, I mean, we're looking at not just an economic breakdown and a national collapse. We're looking at the end of a civilizational model here. There's no one alive who's lived through that. And the closest thing we have in a historical comparison is like the German civil wars of the 1840s. Those were pretty rough. What happens to a country when they lose their entire tax base, their entire investment base, and their entire workforce?
What does happen?
Great question. We don't know. It's never happened. We're going to see it in a lot of places very soon.
Are you seeing countries put any measures in to reverse this? Because this sounds dreadful.
It's the only country that has kind of prepped some ground for this is Japan. They realized this was happening back in the 80s. They found ways to boost the birth rate a little bit. They found ways to extend the working age a little bit, and they're no longer in the worst position. They're still the oldest country demographically. They're still on this path, but there are now a dozen countries ranging from China to Spain to Poland that are aging much faster. So the first countries to go down are going to be Italy and Korea. I have more faith in the Koreans adapting out of this than I do the Italians.
So go down, you mean economic collapse?
Yeah, according to the rules we understand. The biggest countries to go down on a only slightly longer time frame are China and Germany.
How does, incoming President Trump is really locked in on mass deportations. How does that, and if we're dealing with an aging population here in the U.S., how does that impact the situation?
Well, let me give you the good side and then the bad side. So the good side, we are aging, but we're aging more slowly than everyone else. And if we keep aging at our current rate, we're not going to face a German-style problem until about 2070. And that assumes that we
I won't be here.
Yeah, that assumes we don't restart immigration, which we will. We go in phases. We're just at a low point right now. The bad side, based on whose numbers you're using, we're talking about somewhere between 7 and 14 million people, about 2/3 of which are workers. We have the lowest unemployment rate in American history right now. And if you were to remove several million workers from the workforce, we would instantly get to 10% inflation, probably significantly higher. And if you want to prepare for a post-China world, we need to expand our industrial plan. A lot of the folks that are migrants are working in construction. It's their single largest concentration. So removing this labor from the market means ongoing dependence on China, knowing that we can see the end of that system and just preparing ourselves for a really horrible shock down the road.
When does that shock happen? Is it hard to predict these things?
Well, again, n equals 0. We've never had this before. We have seen Chinese labor costs increase by about a factor of 15 over the last 25 years. It's the fastest increase in history, faster than in any war, faster than the Black Death. So they're no longer cost effective as a manufacturing power, and that is helping move things away. Trump in Trump 1 changed the conversation in the United States, started a reindustrialization process. Biden, with some of his industrial policies, accelerated that. Trump, with what he wants to do now, suggested it'll accelerate again. These are all good things because it's all getting us moving in the right direction, but we have a lot of work to do.
Somewhat related, and I'm thinking of this because I'm about to have a conversation with Mark Benioff, of course, the CEO of Salesforce, and we're going to be talking about these digital agents powering the economy. What's your views on AI, and how will that change the world order and create new risks, but also create new opportunities?
I have a mostly positive view because I think it's going to take a lot longer than people think. I mean, we need every incremental gain in efficiency to stretch every bit of capital and every man hour we can further during this transition where we need to do our build out. So apply everything you can. But I don't think we're going to be able to make the chips. Remember, 90% in Taiwan, 4,500 single point failures in the supply chain system. We're just not going to be able to make the volume that we need to apply this as much as we want. Now, the model for tech has already changed. To really push a broad envelope of tech expansion, you need a huge amount of capital to fund everything from the design to the operationalization. And you need a huge number of people in their 20s and their 30s who are networked together and willing to work with one another in order to imagine the future. Well, the capital is gone because the baby boomers have already liquidated 2/3 of their savings, and it's moved into low velocity stuff. So it's just not there anymore to fuel tech. That's why we've seen capital costs go up. It's not Biden, it's not Trump, it's not the business cycle, it's the boomers. And then the millennials, the oldest millennials are 45 now. Yeah. They're not the young bucks anymore. And the next generation down, Gen Z, is not just smaller, they're wildly antisocial. And so they can code, which is one of the first jobs AI is going to take, by the way. But they don't work well as groups. So we're kind of stuck with the technology set we have now. And we can apply that in any number of ways. But the idea that there's a whole technology suite that's going to erupt on the scene in 5 and 10 years, I don't think so.
In the last 2 minutes, we always like to ask our guests their hot takes. And I want to stay on the AI for this. I suspect you may have a spicy take on this one. Do you worry about an AI-driven, militarized or an AI-driven military, where we're going to battle with robots here. I mean, there's some signs of this now, but this is in my head because we had a couple of teams talking about humanoid robots, and like this stuff is here. I mean, is that the future we're looking at, and does that scare the hell out of you?
I don't think it's the future we're working at for this decade or next decade. This is a question for the 2040s when we have sufficient chips to actually install them in systems. Keep in mind that for AI to function in that way, it has to be autonomous, and that means not having to link back to a server farm. So everything we're doing now with large language models or soon large movement models still requires that live link. Otherwise, you're stuck with the hardware that's in the specific robot. And we don't have the volume of chips, we don't have the sophistication of chips, and the time frame that it takes to design a chip and get it into mass production, that's about a 7-year process. Because you first have to design it, that's a couple years, and then you do a test run at a fab, that's a couple years, and only then can you start producing them at scale. So we will see more and more of this in systems, especially on the edges, but it still has to be linked back. So if you're in a position where you say have a small server cluster on a carrier and a drone factory on a carrier, as long as that carrier can maintain its wireless connections, to its arms, if you will, then that's a very powerful force. But the idea that you can launch 1,000 missiles over the horizon and they're just going to do what needs to be done, no, we're not there yet.
All right, you left me feeling hopeful. We will not see Rambo robots just yet.
Not yet.
All right, not yet. Peter Zeihan, New York Times bestselling author and geopolitical expert. Good to see you. Love your thoughts. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, and that is it for the latest episode of Opening Bid. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, welcome to Weird Money, the show devoted to helping our brother and sister veterans in business. I'm Patrick Murphy, here with Dan Coons. In just a few minutes, we're going to be talking to EdgeRunner AI CEO Tyler Saltzman, great Penn State graduate. But let's get started by talking about what's going on in the headlines today. Dan, first up, shortly after his election win, President-elect Trump selected Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to head up the new DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. Last month, that pair outlined their plans for DOGE in a Wall Street Journal op-ed. So what implications might it have for our brother and sister veterans? Let's get after it. Let's go from the jump on VA benefits.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how that one unfolds a little bit, actually, because there's a difference between the applied principle and the practice of the principle, and we're gonna have to figure out what that actually means for our brother and sister veterans. And I also think, as an overall concept, this idea of trying to figure out how to create better efficiency, like that's the right answer. I feel really good about what that looks like, and anybody that's spent some time in the government can find ways and places for us to be more efficient and to provide better value, which is essentially what we should all be doing. And as you and I come from private business needs to maintain cash flow and it maintains some sort of like balance in earnings and profitability and revenue and growth. The government hasn't had to necessarily do that for the last 20 or 25 years. I say 20 or 25 years because that's how long the global war on terror has been took. So now we're thinking about how do we take care of those people that have served for the last 20 years, the longest wars, then transition them to the VA side where they have VA disability benefits. And it's a really hard question to answer in practice.
Yeah, and DOGE is for 18 months, but they're already putting flyers out there. We saw our buddies at SitReps, what they wrote about the Economist piece where it said, the Economist wrote the cover story saying veterans benefits had become absurd.
Absurdly generous.
Absurdly generous.
Absurdly generous.
So how do you think it's going to play out within our brothers and sisters?
We're going to have a really vocal group of people that have earned their benefits because of the sheer hardships and pain and the work that they've endured trying to fight over the last 20 years. But then you're also going to have this other argument, which is like, well, combat was only borne by a small percentage of these folks. The wear and tear was really only felt by a few folks. So like maybe they're right on another part of it. And so there's just gonna be this balance between like, was your service enough or was it not serving us enough? And I don't want to be in the middle of that fight trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, I think right when we're in the heels of 37% more veterans got their VA healthcare from the VHA, Veterans Health Administration, and then under the PACT Act and some other things, because historically, as the Economist said and others and our buddies at SitRep show, even after World War II, they promised, hey, you go join and fight in World War II, we're going to give you a bonus. And then they took away the bonus when they came home.
Yeah.
It took, when I was in Congress, we finally said, if you have some certain types of cancer, Agent Orange for the Vietnam generation, that we're going to say, hey, that was tied to Agent Orange. And as we know, our generation of folks under the PACT Act, if they also have these cancers, it's going to be assumed they got it when they were
through their service.
Yeah, in Iraq, Afghanistan with the burn pits, etc. Exposure.
So when we're we're talking about DOGE, we're on the topic of DOGE, then we're talking about what does it mean for workers in technology? What does it mean for the Department of Defense, or could it mean for the Department of Defense within this tech world?
Yeah, I mean, I look at it like clearly Elon Musk and others have reached out to coders and entrepreneurs and saying, hey, listen, we want not just the big primes out there. We want you to come in, whether it's in and out or partnering these public-private partnerships with defense tech, with coders, saying, how can you help us solve the problems within DoD and even potentially elsewhere?
Yeah, it's really interesting though. I do think that we live in like an industrial government, and we're rapidly moving to this digital AI-based economy. So at some point in time, you got to start to let go of the past to allow for the future. But then it's going to hit the grinding gears of budgets and congressional appropriations and all those other things. And so it becomes really difficult to see that transition happen.
Yeah, and I think you're working. I mean, the pace of change has never been quicker.
Oh, it's fast.
And the ecosystem of the military-industrial complex has not kept up with technology. And I'm not bashing them. I'm just saying, but just the systems, it's just not.
Yeah, the capabilities are bigger, more widespread, and the more data-driven than they were 50 years ago, because the capability exists now, and we're not sure we've adjusted to it. So,
yeah, no doubt. Our guest today is sure to have his own thoughts on what opportunities lie ahead for defense tech companies. He's an Army veteran, co-founder and CEO of EdgeRunner AI, a company in defense tech space, and he's currently working with the Space Force. Welcome, Tyler Saltzman. Tyler, it's good to be with you. As you know, we go right from the jump. Bottom line up front, what do you want transition veterans to know about the defense tech space?
I'd say, with incoming veterans, there's going to be a home for them. I know a lot of them stress about not having the qualifications or degrees required to get into the space, but they do. And they have a home with us. And I know they have a home with the vast majority of these defense tech firms. We value them and their skill sets and their ability to learn. So I'd say, hit us up and be ready to join because we want you to be with us.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that imposter syndrome before we move into our next question, right? So we're talking about transitioning service members. We're talking about people that come from a background that may not have a direct skill set, or at least think they have a direct skill set correlation to what you all do. Can you talk about how a transitioning service member can get over that imposter syndrome and find themselves into a Silicon Valley or a Washington State or one of those different places they may not feel totally a part of yet?
Yeah, I think what they need to do is just get themselves out there. I mean, they don't need the traditional 4-year degree. If they can just showcase they can learn something or they can build something, maybe something on GitHub, or let's say they fine tune a model, or let's just say that they are learning and they're curious and they're doing certain things. They need to just reach out, hit us up on LinkedIn, send us messages, and let us know what they're about, because the world is changing. We don't need those 4-year degrees. We want people with real world experience, and more importantly, with the shared values that we all have.
To walk people through EdgeRunner AI and what is generative AI overall?
Yeah, so with EdgeRunner, what we're doing is we're building hyper-personalized AI that lives on your device. That's domain-specific to your occupation in the military. So in the Army, we have MOSs. My MOS was logistics. So I would have a logistics agent right on my device helping me in real time. As a logistics officer, it would help me with mission planning. It would help me with risk mitigation, but it would also help me while I'm actually, in the field running the missions. Sometimes things go sideways and you need help. Typically we'd rely on our NCOs or chief warrant officers. But what I see with this AI is now we're standardizing intelligence and we're creating a single common operating picture. And that way, with that baseline intelligence, I think it allows us to be on the same page better.
That's great. And then how about as far as EdgeRunner AI, what are you doing with the Space Force and how did you get them as a client?
Yeah, so we presented at Stanford, and the mission was to ingest 10,000 PDFs of Space Force doctrine. What we're able to do is we ingested that locally on a PC, on a MacBook, and we were able to run our model. And so now a brand new Space Force Guardian could properly schedule a satellite to the ground station with the proper SOP, just by asking the AI assistant, questions, kind of like ChatGPT, but a better version that lives right on your device that doesn't need the internet. Problem with ChatGPT is it needs the internet, and it's also not specific. So if you ask the ChatGPT, hey, how do I do my job in the Space Force, it's not going to know, and that's what we're solving for.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we've heard a lot about Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency, and we think about this massive bureaucracy that is the United States Department of Defense and the U.S. government. And it sounds to me like what you're trying to solve for is digitalization and efficiency as opposed to the old way of doing it. Can you talk a little bit more about what you think, where you think this is all going as it relates to government efficiency and small tech defense firms?
Yeah, I see AIs, again, when you standardize across different organizations, I think the biggest problem with the government is the left hand is not the right hand. With AI now, and you train on all this doctrine, you have that single version of the truth, and you all can interact with it via natural language processing, like a very conversation we're having right now. And then you can ask it recommendations, like, hey, would this policy make sense? Would it make sense to cut budget here? If I did, what are the ramifications? What are the risks? So now you can ask AI these questions that you would ask a human, that you'd expect a human to know, but now the AI has an objective lens because it's trained on the decades of legacy data. And I think the government needs that. And as you want to get more efficient and cut back on spending, cut back on bloat, you need AI to augment humans. It'll not replace humans, it'll just make us better.
Yeah, why do you think the government needs that? Like I heard you say that, and I tend to agree with you. But I'm curious, like why do you think that's so? What are your experiences that suggest that?
I mean, let's just think about Pareto's law. You know, it's 20% does 80% of all the work. I'd imagine government, you know, we have a lot of bloat where you don't need these extra positions. From my own anecdotal experience in the military, you know, I saw, you know, some resource wasting, and maybe some positions that didn't need to be there. But then you also see the need for other positions that you might need. So as you get more efficient, how do we progress and innovate? So as we shrink, I think we'll still expand at some point, but we'll do it in a better, more scalable way.
You started EdgeRunner AI. You just launched $5.5 million in seed funding. Walk us through that process and how hard is that transition to start your own company?
Yeah, it's hard, you know, and I think the VC system we have today, it's a little broken. I think it's a victim of its own success. I mean, they benefit from a power rule. VCs can be wrong 9 out of 10 times, but still make money hand over fist, and good for them. And I think the biggest problem today is how do we get VCs to take bets on non-traditional founders? It was a little hard for us because, again, I don't have a traditional tech background like an AI founder typically does, with a PhD in computer science, and they have all these accolades. But in our world, you don't need that sort of background. But what you need to do is showcase you can lead, you can build a team, you have a vision, and that you can execute, and that you have a plan. And I think as veterans, we're wired that way. We're thinking in reverse timelines. We're thinking in what problem are we solving? We're thinking what is our mission? And we're thinking what are the tools that we need to get there? And that's really, you know, how you run a business and how you build products. So again, I would challenge veterans to get out there, have an idea, and go execute.
I love it. Like, you know, you served the military in the Army like we did. And we say in the Pentagon, you know, amateurs talk strategy, experts talk logistics. And I know you were a logistics man in the Army.
Yeah, and we're about to cut to break, but I absolutely love that you brought up reverse timelines. Like we've talked a lot about having patience and understanding how long things take. And this ability to see into the future and then plan backwards really is a skill set that I don't see quite as many of my civilian counterparts have, but all my military counterparts tend to have that. I really, really love you bringing that up.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
You know, I mean, business is hard, so appreciate it.
Yep. All right, we're talking to Army veteran CEO Tyler Saltzman. Tyler, great to have you back on. We talked a little bit about DOGE, that Department of Government Efficiency. It's going to start in January of next year, 2025. It's 18 months, so it's going to sunset. They say July 4th, 2026. How do you think it's going to affect defense tech and the Department of Defense?
I think it's bullish for us. I think as we look to trim some of the fat, that means we need new innovative startups to help provide the tools to make other humans more efficient. So I think it's great for us, and it's great for defense tech. And I trust the current administration, so I'm a big fan.
There's an entirely traditional prime and integrator system that's part of the Department of Defense. Can you talk to me through what do you think it means to break into non-traditional technology companies? What do you think it means to provide Department of Defense and U.S. government capabilities, but you don't have a tech background, and so you're bringing it to bear in this new way?
Yeah, I think business is all about relationships and leadership and learning and being able to follow as well. And so when you have those soft skills, you don't need that traditional tech background. With LinkedIn and social media and Twitter, or X rather, it's so easy to get your name out there. It's so easy to prospect. I think what we need to do is, of course, be open-minded to these non-traditional backgrounds, but also encourage veterans to keep reaching out, and also encourage them to lean in on their superpower. Like, tell me what your experience is, your MOS. What did you do? What are you proud of? What have you built? How did you innovate on a mission? I think if you can communicate that, you'll be able to break into tech no problem, because we need the diversity of thought and the different skill sets.
Yeah, I love that. You also talked a little bit ago about how the VC system might be a little bit broken, or at least room for improvement. So talk to me a little bit about how you're thinking about non-traditional venture capital firms now breaking into defense tech. What do they need to know? What does that journey look like?
Yeah, the biggest problem I see with VCs, and I've talked to many of them, is you have these kids with 5 or 6 of real world experience. They get an MBA from Wharton or GSB, and they're now the gatekeeper of a bona fide VC firm. And if they never built anything and they never really had life experiences, how is this person the gatekeeper into a potential a seed round or a Series A? And I think that's very concerning. And I would challenge VCs to look for folks with different types of backgrounds rather than just MBAs. Let's get some military people. Let's get some folks that have actually built things. Again, it's just become an echo chamber, and I've noticed they're all kind of similar and they follow each other. And I'd like to see some different contrarian VCs, if you will.
Yeah, I love that you're talking about that, because what you're really describing is this risk management, this risk matrix, where they're afraid to step out of a traditional way of doing something to do it a little bit differently because they're concerned about the perception of risk or their investor risk. And I think that as we're starting to think about this transition that our government seems to be going through, and what companies like yours represent, what you're really describing is shifting risk to a different sort of way of doing it. And I'd love to hear how you talk about risk or think about risk within your business, within the work you do.
That's right. I mean, that's why we love Madrona. I'm a big fan of Matt McElwain, the head managing director there. And, he's been in the game for decades. I'd say, to your point, yeah, the VCs, they're too afraid to lose. And when you're afraid to lose, you will just lose, rather than thinking about how do we win. And even the national defense firms, I feel like they're even more behind in the DoD investing space than actual real financial investors like Madrona. I'd personally rather align with them than traditional DoD firms, because I feel like the Madronas of the world have a lot more experience in building products, building infrastructure, building tech that the warfighter can use.
And how do you?
And then you have InQtel that can help you bring it to market there.
Yeah, how do you benefit from non-traditional VCs or non-traditional? How do you benefit from that sort of relationship?
I benefit a lot because they just have so much experience. Like Matt McElwain was involved in Amazon in the early days, as well as the early days of Snowflake. So they know how to build a business from 0 to 1, but also how to scale it from 1 to 100. With defense firms, they I feel like it's more of a newer thing, and they don't have the experience that the Madronas, the A16s, the Sequoias of the world have. So with our firm, it's let's think about, it's not just good friendly money, but it's also strategic money. And of course, Madrona and Matt McElwain, they have great strategic angles to help us accelerate business, not just on the DoD side, but also on the commercial side.
Hey, we talked about relationship and gatekeeping, things of that nature. Let's go back real quick, if you don't mind, Tyler. Why did you, when you were at Penn State, you did ROTC, you were a wrestler, so you're a student athlete. We had Admiral Bill McRaven on, he was a student athlete as well. You know, what were those characteristics, those fundamentals that you learned there that help you get to where you are now?
You know, it's the accountability and it's the ownership. You know, I'd say the biggest thing about Doge that I like is accountability. You know, what are you doing? What value are you adding? What are you responsible for? And that's what I loved about wrestling. It's all on you. Like, of course, it's a team sport, but when you win, it's on you, and when you lose, it's on you. And I'd say having the accountability of your wins and your losses and how you bounce back from adversity, it translates to everything that you do in the real world. Once you've wrestled, everything is easy.
Yeah, and you wrestled obviously at Penn State, which was, I think, of our generation of Iraq, Afghanistan veterans, Lieutenant Mike Murphy, Navy SEAL, obviously, Lone Survivor, that movie, you know, named after him, and that book, and he's just an incredible warrior that also went to Penn State. So appreciate that. What advice would you give to young entrepreneurs, young veterans that are transitioning out? Like every year, about 200,000 of our brothers and sisters transition from active service to veterans. They want to go into defense tech. What are some of those fundamental principles they should bring with them so they don't have imposter syndrome, so they're ready on day one to potentially add to a team?
You know, I'd say it's the mindset. It's great to serve, but we have to remember no one owes us anything. And we didn't serve to be owed. We served for a multitude of reasons, but come in the mindset with, hey, look, I'm going to start again, fresh, brand new. And, it's back to the grind. It's take that military training and all the soft skills you learned, but also the technical skills you've acquired. And it's how do we communicate that in a cohesive message where you add value to a business? And I think that's the key is think about, where do I add value? Maybe I'm a good seller. Maybe I'm good at processes. Maybe I'm a strategic thinker. But the key is, as a veteran, be able to talk about stories that you've done that led to an uplift, and have stories that you've improved something by an X% or a delta uplift of Y. And you started here and you got there, and here's how you did it. I think as veterans, we need to be more succinct with our stories, and we need to, again, bottom line up front. What did we do, and what was the result?
Yeah, I love that. So we talked a little bit about you being a logistics officer in the Army and then transitioning to space. Can you tell us a little bit about what you did in service and then how that's helped you and what your journey is from service, post-military, into being entrepreneurship?
Yeah, so I got to deploy to Eastern Europe in 2017 for Atlantic Resolve. And what we were doing is, architecting combat supply trains to support the forward line of troops. Really, it's a fancy way of saying, we helped move equipment, trucks, ordnance, ammo, life support, you name it, to our customers. And of course, you got to keep your customers happy because they're the ones in the fight. So it's an important role. It's not a sexy role, but it's important, and I'm proud to have been involved with that.
That's great. Yeah, we talk a lot about the fact that America's superiority, dominance isn't necessarily because we have the best warfighters, but also we have the best logistics organizations in the world. So our ability to marry both of those really gives credence to the combined arms fight. Can you talk a little bit about your journey post-service? Just how did you get to entrepreneurship? How did you become a founder from your last day in service to your first day being an entrepreneur?
Yeah, so it was actually a Guard. So when I went to the Guard, I was still in software my entire career, but I started off in sales. And I'd say sales is the most important skill set you can learn because you're always selling. Whether you're selling internally, you're selling externally, you're selling to investors, you're selling your story to someone. Even when you're recruiting people to join your company, you're always selling something. So my background in tech sales between Oracle and Cisco, but then most notably AWS. And that's where I really hit my stride because my role was to help these early stage AI founders to properly architect on the cloud. And again, I was self-taught. I went and took trainings, and I learned how to be a solutions architect with online learning. It's called A Cloud Guru. I took the courses, I learned, I became more of a technical seller then, and then it opened up more doors and helped me get into the AI world. And that's when I sort of met these startup founders that were building massive amounts of GPU clusters to train models. And this is where we start getting into generative AI. And generative AI is really the act of generating something brand new that's not indicative of the data set. Unlike with traditional AI ML, that it's always indicative of the data set, generative AI, you're generating something new. And that's why there's such a craze about it.
I love that journey. As a former mentor of mine says, it doesn't matter how you get started or where you get started. As long as you serve, then you continue to serve post-service. You're in service to others. It's wonderful.
All right, well, hey, Tyler, thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate you, man. Keep crushing it. We're cheering for you from here in New York and beyond. And listen, that's our show. So listen, subscribe and review Warrior Money on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever else you get your podcast, or find us on Yahoo Finance. I'm Patrick Murphy.
I'm Dan Coons. We'll see you next week.
Welcome to Capital Gains, Yahoo Finance unique look at how U.S. government policy will affect your bottom line. Now, of course, it's been a busy week. I'm your host, Rochelle Akufo, here on Capitol Hill. We've been hearing from Doge about some of this federal budget cutting. We're also going to be hearing about some of these cabinet picks and some of the back and forth going on there. And then, of course, President favorite word, tariffs. We're breaking down some of the numbers there and seeing what's realistic with his incoming administration. We're breaking some of this down with our guest. Who will be joining us. That will be Ed Mills, Raymond James, Washington policy analyst and managing director, to break all of this down. And of course, before we get to that, we have to bring in my co-stars, Ben Werschel and Rick Newman, for their takes of the week. So Ben, let's kick it off with you and your note cards.
So what I've got on my note card this week, Rochelle, is Trump's beautiful word: tariffs, tariffs, tariffs. Rick wrote this week about how Trump's answer to almost everything is tariffs these days. So to kind of kick us off, I made kind of an abbreviated list here of what Trump has talked about in recent months as things that tariffs can do. So I'll go through it quickly. First is the protect the dollar. That's via a new threat against the BRICS countries, specifically around currency issues. He says tariffs can also end the drug problem in the U.S., or at least the fentanyl problem in the U.S. That's new tariff threats against China, Mexico, and Canada. And then the third one, since his election win, is to help keep U.S. steel in American hands. Tariffs are part of the way he says he won't let Nippon Steel buy U.S. steel. And then if you go back a little further into the campaign, there's even more things on the list. Trump says tariffs can solve ballooning annual deficits. All the money that's going to come in from tariffs will balance our budget. It's going to pay for new government programs like child care policies. He says it's going to stop literal wars. Using tariffs can stop wars, not just start trade wars. And then he's even floated the idea of replacing the income tax entirely with tariffs and replacing income taxes entirely. So I put these all together just to kind of make the point that what Trump is clearly indicating here is that tariffs are across his whole agenda, and that's a difference from his last term. Tariffs are part of his foreign policy. Tariffs are part of his economic policy. Tariffs are part of his domestic policy. So this is a kind of bigger role for tariffs. How it plays out remains to be seen. A lot of people don't take some of these early threats seriously. The BRICS ones in particular, I think people are really questioning whether that's ever going to come to fore, but it's clearly going to be part of it, and businesses and consumers will have to adjust. Rick, what's your take on it?
Ben, I think you forgot one. I mean, maybe you went through that list so fast I missed it, but do you have the migration problem on there as something?
Well, migration and drugs, yeah,
migration and drugs, right? So I feel like a light bulb kind of went off in my head recently about, and maybe Trump has just changed his whole way of thinking about this, but for those of us who covered the Trump tariffs in 2017, 18, and 19, he wasn't talking about any of this. The reason that he wanted tariffs on China he ran on this in 2016 was because the U.S. trade deficit with China was too large. He kept saying over and over back then, China is eating our lunch, and his justification for tariffs against Chinese imports was to get the U.S. trade deficit down. I haven't heard him say that once. It almost is like he looks back on his first term and he says, wow, tariffs were such an amazing wonder weapon that I can use them to solve all these other problems. Now, I don't really know of any economists who say Trump's tariff policy really accomplished much of anything. One of the other things he did say back then was he wanted to use tariffs to rebuild U.S. manufacturing. I guess he's kind of saying that now, but he's also lolloping all these other justifications for tariffs onto this, which I don't know. It makes me feel like he's actually a little less serious this time around, because he's tying these to squishier goals, whereas before he was like the U.S. trade deficit with China has to come down, and so everybody would be looking at the trade deficit. Is it coming down? It did, but not by very much. So I don't know, maybe we're all just sort of used to hearing this rhetoric and we're tuning it out a little bit, or maybe these are just squishier targets.
I mean, it's hard because it does seem like the criteria for success for some of these policies, like the goalposts might keep moving. Because as Ben was mentioning, with the USMCA, that 25% across the board tariffs for Canada and Mexico, and they were talking about it being, illegal drugs and immigration. Canada's probably like, why am I in this? Why am I being roped into this? When
I know, Rochelle,
that's a really good example here.
In this regard, it is possible that Trump is just trying to set himself up for success more effectively. And here's one example how he could do that. So he is tying tariffs to, he needs to see a reduction in migration. Mexico needs to help with that. But guess what? There has already been a big drop in migration since President Biden signed the executive orders to that effect in June of this year. So if those are going to stay in practice through the end of the Biden presidency. Trump, of course, won't lift those executive orders. He may out. So it's very plausible that even in his second, third, or fourth month, Trump could say, "Look, Biden let everybody into the country who wanted to come in. I came down, and the numbers have fallen dramatically." We know Trump doesn't care very much about whether that claim would actually be true or not, but he will be able to say, in March of next year, migration numbers are way down from where they were a year ago. You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think Canada is a really good example here too, because another element of this is almost just the personal element of it. I think Trump he sees it as a win that he threatened these tariffs on Canada, and then Justin Trudeau flew down to Mar-a-Lago to have dinner with them, and that's a big part of it. One of the things, his kind of latest comment, I believe, on Canada is he tweeted what appeared to be an AI-generated image of himself, Trump, to his True Social account, standing next to a Canadian flag that said, "Oh, Canada," as the caption. So does that mean tariffs are off? Does that mean he's just friendly with it now? I don't know, but it's sort of clearly a lot of this is just about kind of the personal outreach that he wants in response from these leaders in response to threats.
Trump was most vague about what he wants from Canada, and maybe he just wants Justin Trudeau to come and kowtow to him. Maybe that's the whole point. And maybe he already got what he wanted on that. Guys, Ben mentioned the washing machine tariffs. I would just like to talk about that a little bit because I think people may be hearing about this as we now get a little more serious about Trump tariffs. So short story here is most of the Trump tariffs in 2018 and 2019 were on industrial equipment and components and things deep in the supply chain that most Americans, they never saw any effect from that, even though it did raise prices. The one exception was he did impose a tariff on imported washing machines. So that was one finished consumer good where there was a tariff imposed, and that tariff ended up being in place from 2018 to 2023, and then it expired. So what happened when the tariff went into effect? Well, the price of washing machines went up by about $90 per unit. That was about a 12% increase, and that stayed there the whole time the tariffs were in place. And interestingly, the price of dryers, which were not subject to new tariffs, also went up by about $90 per unit. Why was that? Well, it turns out washers and dryers are typically sold as a set, and they are typically priced the same. So the manufacturers and retailers said, well, we're passing along the higher cost of washing machines. Let's jack up the price of dryers at the same time, and it worked. So then the tariffs expired, and here washing machine prices come back down. And if you just measure it the whole period of time from right before the tariffs went into effect to today, the price of washing machines has gone up by about exactly the same amount as appliances overall. So what that tells you is when the tariff went into effect, prices went up by more than overall appliances. When the tariff expired, the price went down. So the industry will tell you there has been no change in the overall price of this consumer good, but that's because the tariff expired. If you had measured it when the tariff was still in effect, yes, absolutely, there was a higher cost paid by American consumers during the time that tariff was in effect.
So then when Trump is talking about, obviously, this mandate saying, look, this is what American voters wanted, did they mean tariffs, Ben? Is this what people wanted when they're trying to sort of connect the dots between the prices they're going to end up paying?
Yeah, the polling on this is interesting. I've looked at this. What they do want is action on China. So I do think that element of tariffs, if it relates to higher goods, then maybe they change their mind. But when you ask pollsters or when you ask voters during a campaign about tariffs in the context of being tough on China, they say yes. Broadly speaking, they tend to say no, that they don't want. If you ask them whether they want their goods to be more expensive, they definitely say no to that. But the element of the China aspect of this is important, and that's kind of why I think, as this shakes out, who knows exactly what will go into place and what will not. The ones that feel the stickiest are the ones on China because it's so politically popular, both in Washington.
Take on tariffs and what's possible under President-elect Trump.
greetings, everyone. Once again, it's Employment Friday, so here we are. And we will get to fiscal policy, monetary policy, economic indicators, and market indicators, especially in the last month. We'll get a little bit into Bitcoin at the end. But first, a special guest. Our Director of Research for Autonomous Technology and Robotics, Sam Corris, is with us here. And we are going to talk about space generally, and in the context of all of the exciting developments during the last few months, and especially the last few weeks. So, Sam, take it away.
Thank you, Kathy. And I think it's particularly fitting, and we were just brainstorming as well, and the amount that space intersects with regulation and everything that's going on is pretty remarkable. And, you know, even if we go back to the beginning of SpaceX, it's like costs were rising for rockets. For the decade leading up to the founding of SpaceX, or before the Falcon 9 commercialized, you had costs that were bloating because of a duopoly and cost plus and really bureaucracy. And then Falcon 9 comes in and we start to get dramatic cost declines. And so here you can look and you can see what SpaceX has done and where we forecast Starship to go in the future. And so this, oh, go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah, I was just going to say what's fascinating. This is a trip down memory lane. As we were starting ARC, this concept of reusable rockets evolved, and we were all like, what? Okay, how would this change the dynamic, the cost structure of what's taking place out there? And thanks to your original research, Sam, we've come up with this kind of chart to help us understand where this world is going. And especially even more so as regulatory shackles disappear. Of course, we always have to think about safety first and foremost, but I think, as you said, Sam, the chokehold that regulations had on all kinds of innovation was especially true in this space, so to speak.
Absolutely. And I think the grand goal, right? Mars is a grand goal. Doge, both grand goals. And Elon, you know, even tweeted, right? Even if we fail at creating a Mars colony, that can grow without support from Earth. It's absurdly ambitious, and the nature will result in the creation of alien-level technology that is crushingly better than competitors who merely aim for Earth orbit, right? And I think that's true both with Mars and with, you know, Doge itself, but very concretely with SpaceX, and, you know, even more relevant than ever, as they're rumored to be raising at a $350 billion valuation, is the re-landing of the rocket in the way that it was done with Falcon 9 really stemmed because Mars is the end goal, right? Some of the early work that we were doing, and you talked to other competitors, and everyone was saying, you know, if you really cared just about Earth, you would do maybe a parachute and catch it, because that would allow you to have greater payload. You don't want to waste fuel for landing, but you need to be able to land and do a propulsive landing if you want to land on Mars and then be able to come back. So really this guiding light of Mars has put us on this trajectory and brought us to a potential Starship coming in at just hundreds of dollars per kilogram to lower Earth orbit. And the reason that this is so important is if we go to the next slide, this is how SpaceX is funding this ambition, and this is with Starlink. And so this chart I think is extremely interesting, but I'll walk through it because it's a little complicated here. And so this is the satellite bandwidth cost decline. And so on the y-axis, we have dollars per gigabit per second in orbit. And you can see this is a pretty dramatic cost decline. And so what is 1 gigabit per second? You can think of this as essentially enough bandwidth to accommodate 200 people. And so if you get this down to close to $100, then all of a sudden it becomes almost trivial, the cost to launch the rocket, to manufacture the satellite, to get it in orbit, to provide satellite internet to the world. And so it is, I think, meaningful, especially not just SpaceX here, but you also have news from Meta, and they want to do an undersea cable that will cost $10 billion. And all of this desire to connect the world in a really profound way. And so, you know, Elon also likes to say, right, you buy Starlink, you help funding Mars. And then, Kathy, maybe we'll dive in to kind of the brainstorm we were having today. And Aaron Burnett of Mach 33, and we were discussing this, is, you know, how do you start to value Mars and that deregulation that comes with it? And so drawing all of these analogies and saying, right, Space Force is incredibly efficient when you compare it to other agencies, and that's because there's no regulatory baggage, right? They get a clean slate, they get to start on a new canvas to do things efficiently.
First principles, not encumbered.
Right.
Yes.
And then you look at some of the appointments, new appointments to NASA to potentially revamp how things are done there. But even looking, and we can go to the next slide.
Yeah, before we do that though, Sam, I think that just bringing to life how much revenue opportunity there is from this application alone, satellite bandwidth, you know, bringing bandwidth to everyone on Earth. If I'm not mistaken, the way you've sized the market, we're up to, I think, $132 billion in revenue. Am I right on that?
Yes. So this was in our Big Ideas last year, and so that's an annual number there. And you know, just to break down the two biggest buckets, there is direct to device as a $48 billion opportunity, and you know, this is assuming that pretty much everyone's going to have this, and it will cost roughly $6 a year. Probably gets bundled into whatever telco you're using, and you don't even realize you're paying for it, but you get the capability. And then if you're looking at just households and their willingness to pay for this, that's another $40 billion bucket there. And then, of course, you've got RVs, you've got boats, you've got planes, and everything else that make up that last third of the bucket.
Yeah. So pretty phenomenal, and we've barely scratched the surface there, right? And yet, I mean, how many people have no internet access at all? I think it's still 2 to 3 billion people around the world.
Yeah, and you know, there were reports coming out as well in Africa that the Starlink terminals were selling out because there's just such demand for them.
Absolutely. So you wanted to go to the next slide?
Yes. And so this is, you know, kind of exploring just early steps of saying, you know, how do you start to think about the value of deregulation or having that blank canvas that the moon and Mars could provide? And this is work that Daniel McGuire did, which is really terrific, looking at nuclear costs and how they were declining until big regulatory overhauls, and then costs since then have gone up 10x. And so you can imagine there's already a big push on Earth to reverse this. But if you start to use nuclear for space or on the moon or on Mars, there's no reason why these costs shouldn't be 10 times less expensive. And then you get advancement on top of that as well. All right. And this is one technology, but I think it's just a illustratory example of all of the innovation that can occur when both you need it to survive and there's not the regulatory baggage.
Yeah, I guess I also reflect on, you know, these regulations started in the 70s. There were some nuclear accidents. There was certainly the environmental movement. And now I think the environmental movement has shifted back to nuclear as one of the cleanest energy sources on the planet, in the universe, maybe. But if regulation had not happened, and costs had continued to decline. According to Wright's law, which is a relative of Moore's law, and it's what we have centered our research around. If that had continued, electricity costs would be what today compared to where they are?
That's a great question. I'm going to need to pull up the chart on that. But essentially, the chart that we have, I'll get the exact number, but you see this, and electricity costs in the US started flatlining in, by no coincidence, according to us, 1974. So is pretty clear that that was a turning point where regulation halted technological cost declines.
And halted technological progress. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the average cost per, am I right on this, kilowatt hour today, is it around 10 cents? And it would have been in the 1 to 2 cent range if this cost decline had continued?
Around that. Costs have actually gone up just because of inflation the past few years. So I think it's probably in like the 14 range now.
Right.
But yes.
Right. When we did that study, that's right.
Yeah.
It would have been in the 8 to 10 range. Costs have gone up. Certainly, COVID and all of the friction around that was a reason, but just inflation caused by that supply side shock. So 14 cents, and would have been down to 2 cents. Think about that. Think about how much better off people would have been if if regulation had not stopped progress here.
And so then, Kathy, as a transition to you, right? It's Mars. The goal of Mars started all of this. It's also one of the reasons that Elon said he's started to get political, because he saw roadblocks emerging to get there. And so that certainly ties in with everything that's happened since then, and I think leads into some of what you're going to talk about now.
Yeah, and just before you leave us, first of all, thank you, Sam. I think when we throw out there our growth expectations for the globe, and I'll get into this in a little bit, many people, when we throw out a number, they're thinking about life as we know it now. And to many, that's kind of the physical world on Earth. But we're moving more and more into the digital world. We think in many categories, consumption in the digital world will be higher than consumption in the physical world. And the other increment to growth, and again, that people cannot imagine now, is this new world, the universe. Certainly the moon and Mars and beyond. So I think that is what this new age is going to unleash, is opening up many more minds to the opportunities, and giving us the privilege and opportunity to do the kind of analysis we do to help people understand how their lives are going to change, and how important it will be to be on the right side of change, because these opportunities are enormous. So thank you, Sam. This is one of the biggest opportunities out there, certainly early stage, but we'll be here before we know it, and we'll be here before most people thought, even 5 years ago.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Hopefully the first ship's on Mars in 2 years, and then 2 years after that, some more. The future is certainly exciting.
Yes, it is. And now that you've said that, in 2 years, we all know about Elon's timing here. He's very optimistic, but for a reason. When he sets out a goal like that in 2 years, who is he communicating to? It's not just to, those of us who are reading about breakthroughs. It is to his employee base, and importantly, supplier base, and the government sector, including regulators. So it's a big message, and maybe it's not 2 years, even though I think he truly believes it is 2 years and feels like he's now in a situation to make that a reality with fewer regulatory roadblocks. But it is much sooner, I think, than anyone thought, maybe even 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. Oh, thank you, Sam.
Thanks, Kathy.
All right. All right. So now we will go into the balance, the usual drill on Employment Friday. So starting with fiscal policy. And with the election, before this moment in time, I was talking about, okay, gridlock, nothing's going to happen. Now, with the results of the election, we can see a lot of changes. And I think the biggest one, and what we just illustrated with nuclear power, is regulations, getting regulations out of the way. We obviously need regulations for the safety and well-being of individuals and so forth, and absolutely agree with that. But the regulatory environment is a morass now. I mean, when you put people in positions as regulators and they start building their empires, you get more and more regulations, and it's really had a stranglehold on businesses, especially small and medium businesses. So we think those shackles are going to come off. We think the biggest regulatory changes are going to happen because SEC Chairman Gensler is going. He's announced he's leaving on January 20th. So the digital asset world, we think, is now about to take off and thrive. And then, of course, while we haven't heard anything about Lina Khan at the Federal Trade Commission, which that commission has been an obstacle to mergers and acquisitions during the last 4 years, to such an extent that it has really harmed innovation. Certainly our strategy is an example of that, because large companies have not felt any pressure, competitive or otherwise, because of the regulatory stance of Lina Khan and others out there, to investigate new technologies actually by companies and establish a price. These are strategic buys, and they telegraph to the world how much innovation is worth from a strategic point of view. Well, we haven't seen a lot of that. There's been a dearth of it, and we think that's going to change. So we're going to have a lot of price discovery. And we know also that at the Justice, President Trump is bringing in people who are very pro-competition, and they are looking at sort of quasi-monopolies out there as being not so healthy for growth in the U.S. and global economy. So I think we're going to see a lot of freeing up and a lot of M&A. There's pent-up demand for it. And we often say that we don't want the companies in our strategies to be taken out. We think they're pure plays that have miles to go. But what we do want is price discovery out there, and we've lacked that for the last 4 years. Another important initiative, so important, is known as DOGE. We mentioned it, I think, on the last In the Know. So the Department of Government Efficiency, headed by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, we think is going to be extremely important in terms of streamlining businesses. And it has been fascinating during the last month or so to watch them evolve their strategy. They're going to work within the confines, certainly in the beginning, of the way the government is set up right now, because anyone trying to do otherwise usually hits up against a brick wall. But we do think simple things like requiring employees to report back to their offices 5 days a week or 4 days a week. We understand that there will be a lot of attrition. Some people will have gotten used to a lifestyle of remote work, and if the government's not going to offer it, they'll find it elsewhere. So that will cause a lot of attrition, we do believe. And there will be severance packages, as we understand. They could be as much as 2 years of wages, perhaps. These are just rumors. I don't know if they're right. But very importantly, in exchange or in addition to retraining for people in the government sector to move into the private sector. I've often said government spending is taxation. Art Laffer taught me that in my earliest days of economics classes. And as we lower government spending, we will have the freedom to lower more and more taxes along the way. So I think that will be very healthy. We know, and I think Elon and Vivek have surfaced roughly $500 billion in contracts that have expired, but the spending is still taking place. That makes no sense. So we'll see what they can do with that. 500 billion gets us a quarter of the way towards that 2 trillion cut in government spending by July 4th, 2026, the 250th anniversary of the United States. And then, of course, we have AI and automation. I mean, Tesla is the largest AI project on Earth. Elon's AI stripes are quite significant. And so AI, automation, I think that's going to become very important to the government sector. And interestingly, this week, Palantir has gotten a government contract that spans well beyond the Department of Defense. So we think that is the first sign that AI is going to make its way in more deeply into the government ecosystem. And what's great about Palantir is initially its software sits on top of all of the legacy software, all of the different kinds of legacy software in any company or in any government. And then with time, as AI and automation takes over more and more tasks, it really, or they usurp the role of some of the legacy software as they are being built on top of Palantir's really platform. So I think that's very exciting in terms of getting the efficiencies going. We also have a few czars now. David Sachs being named as a czar for both artificial intelligence and crypto, or digital assets. He is part of the original PayPal mafia, which of course included Elon Musk. So I think that's very healthy. There'll be sort of coordinated effort there. He is not going to leave his venture capital firm in Silicon Valley. And of course, Elon and Vivek are not going to be they're not going to be leaving their respective companies as well. But I think that's a very good strategy on President-elect Trump's part, because they will not have this vested interest of, being in the government and, controlling their various fiefdoms, as I think has happened in past regimes. They don't want fiefdoms. They actually want to simplify government, make it more efficient. I think they have to work, or the maximum they can work is 130 days per year for the government, paid or not paid. I don't know if they're going to be paid or not paid. But we do think this is going to accelerate this shift towards artificial intelligence in the government sector. As far as the crypto side, I think David Sachs will be working with legislators to make sure that we have more clarity in terms of the ecosectors overseeing it in the United States, at least. I know he's a big fan of defining much of what's happening in the crypto asset or digital asset ecosystem as commodities with a very clear regulatory framework already in place, and that's under the CFTC and not the SEC. So that's very interesting. We'll see what happens there. We're also, and maybe we should have mentioned it when Sam and I were talking about space, Jared Isaacson coming in to oversee NASA. He too has been on these space flights. He's been very early into space, and I think he'll add a lot of common business sense to NASA. And also, of course, they have been working very closely with SpaceX already. I could see SpaceX developing even more of a role as it relates to NASA. Then we've got Health and Human Services, and I did talk about this the last time, this concept, that the three planks that the new, I will call them health czars, are going to follow. So they say, rooting out corruption. There are lots of payments in the healthcare ecosystem that should not, they're misplaced, mistaken, and should not be made. So they're certainly going to go after that. I think from our point of view, the two other planks are even more important. One is bringing science-based evidence into healthcare decision-making and into healthcare, drug discovery. So that is definitely plays into what we are calling the multi-omics revolution, and will help speed it up. And then the other one is moving away from this focus on, treating chronic diseases into a period where encouraging wellness and curing disease become the primary ways of controlling chronic disease. So again, this is the multi-omics revolution, and we're very excited about it. We'll see a lot of price discovery now that large cap pharma and biotech feel more free to make acquisitions in these areas because they really need the expertise that has evolved as the multi-omics revolution has been taking off. And now they'll have the freedom from a regulatory point of view to do more of it. The last thing I'll say on fiscal policy before heading into the charts and going into the rest of it is there is a lot of concern, and we have received the question about deficits and government spending and the role that they play in inflation. And one of the things I'd like to illustrate with the charts is that deficits or government spending has to be funded. That monetary policy has to accommodate government spending, or if it does not, then government spending crowds out the private sector. So I think a lot of this inflation risk concern needs to incorporate this idea that monetary policy is very important as to whether government spending and deficits result in inflation. And if monetary policy is willy-nilly and just is accommodating everything, then yes, inflation will be a likely outcome. But if monetary policy is not supporting government spending and is restrictive, as Jay Powell, we think, correctly identifies it or describes it now, then what happens is government spending really crowds out the private sector. So I started in the business while I was in college in the late 70s, when this was the issue. Government spending was crowding out the private sector, and monetary policy was accommodating it. We had the worst of all worlds back then. That's not where we are right now. But we do think, as I mentioned before, government spending is taxation. And if DOGE is going to be successful and monetary policy remains disciplined, then we can look forward to the private sector increasing as a share of GDP, especially as the incentive system associated with lower tax rates encourages innovation. So pretty excited about that. The other thing I'd like to say, just in terms of GDP growth and inflation, just broadly, before we get into the charts, is, as you've heard on In the Know before, we do believe that between now and 2030, real GDP growth will accelerate to the 6 to 8% range. And that might be conservative because of all of the innovation that now is going to be and encouraged. But what we also think is that inflation is going to give way to more deflationary forces associated with technology. The technology that's evolving today is highly deflationary, but in the good sense. Deflation, because of 08, 09, that has a bad connotation. The good connotation of deflation is associated with technology and innovation. So we think this is going to be a win-win going forward. So I'm going to go quickly through the slides now. Here are cabinet picks and other top staff picks. We've talked about some of them. President Trump will have 4 years, but many people fear he'll be a lame duck within 18 months to 2 years. So he's moving quickly, much more quickly than the last time around, and he knows what he's doing now. So that's very exciting. Here's the government deficit as a percent of GDP. You can see X here marks the spot where the new Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, hopes to take the deficit. We actually think the combination of real growth accelerating and DOGE at work and deregulation could, in the next 3 years, and that is a 3-year goal, could take us close to a balanced budget by that time. So we think he's being conservative. I think he sold himself to President Trump with 3 goals, and they're all associated with 3. So a 3% deficit as a percent of GDP. And as I just said, we think that will be conservative. 3% real GDP growth during the next 3 years. And with the exception of the first year, we think that could be highly conservative. And when I say with the exception of the first year, I think what we have to watch for is if there are tax cuts, and we think there will be tax cut proposals, that President Trump and his team also communicate quickly that those tax cuts will be retroactive to January 1 of 25. If they are not, if they are in the future, and we learned this from President Reagan, he phased in tax cuts over 3 years, and we ended up with back-to-back recessions. And one of them was very severe. Of course, we had a terrible inflation problem, and Fed Chairman Volcker was trying to strangle inflation out of the system with 15, 20% rates at the time. We don't have that this time. We've, first of all, been through a rolling recession for the past 2 years, and we had one of the biggest increases in interest rates under Chairman Powell. We went up 24-fold in little more than a year's time, whereas Chairman Volcker, back in the day, this 1981-82, he took interest rates up twofold. Now, it was from 10 to 20%, but they were already getting used to higher interest rates and higher inflation and working around them. We were not used to that. And that was a shock in terms of interest rates. And I think there are going to be more and more reverberations moving forward, because we do believe that monetary policy is still restrictive. So the threes are the deficit here, real growth. And then the third one is 3 million barrels a day of extra oil. And before I get there, here is what the CBOE is expecting in terms of real growth. So Scott Bessent taking it to 3% is quite a bit above. And our expectation of growth potentially in the 6 to 8% would put it in the outer regions of what we have seen in history, in post-World War II history. But we do believe that innovation is ripe now to take us there, and will be a great antidote to the deficit expectations. On the next page is productivity. Innovation is going to stir productivity in a way we haven't seen before over an extended period of time. So we wouldn't be surprised to see productivity growth in the 4 to 5% range consistently, not just cyclically, but consistently, as the 5 innovation platforms, robotics, energy storage, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, and multi-omic sequencing evolve and move into prime time. And more important, or as important, the convergence among those technologies, as we'll see with autonomous taxi networks. Autonomous taxis are robots, the combination of robots, energy storage, and artificial intelligence, 3 major platforms coming together and creating booms, we think, in productivity. And on the next page, you can see that other 3, the 3 extra million barrels of production. So you can see under President Trump, his first term, 2016 to 20, we went from roughly 8.5 million barrels a day to 13. COVID interrupted it, where we basically got back to 13 recently. I think we'll get back on that trend, that steep trend line that we saw before COVID, and 3 million barrels up to 16 by 2028. I think that will be an easy one, and it will feed this deflation argument that we've been making for some time. Now, we would not be surprised to see inflation drop dramatically as oil prices drop. If we get more production of oil and shale oil in particular, what's going to be interesting there is we'll see the price going down. Now, I remember I was around in the 80s when the oil price dropped. It collapsed to $10, $11 per share in 1986. And it was because Saudi Arabia, which has the largest oil reserves in the world, back then was getting sick of other countries cheating on it. And so it just, opened up the floodgates in terms of oil production there. That may happen again. And if we were to go back to that $10 to $11 number, but adjusting it for inflation, that would take us back to $30, roughly $30 per share. So that would be less than half of where we are right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see that happen. And then on the next page, a little more on inflation, you can see the CPI, after basing a bit, did step down in 2024. We know there are always base effects that can cause a plateauing, but we think that within the next year or so, that we will see inflation below 2%, and that it will continue to go beyond that. Wouldn't be surprised to see it in the negative territory as oil prices come down, like they did in 2020. We're in negative territory there. And again, in 2014, that was European sovereign debt crisis. We know Europe is in a world of hurt. We know China is having trouble getting out of its troubles, its property troubles. So again, there are deflationary forces associated with economic weakness, and there are deflationary forces associated with technology that are going to build and intensify during the years ahead. So again, we wouldn't be surprised to see inflation below zero. Here are commodity prices over time, and you can see, as measured by Bloomberg, commodities are today where they were in the early 80s. And you can see in 86, we dropped below 75 there. That was in conjunction with that oil price decline. So we wouldn't be surprised to see that happen again, maybe 75 on this basis. Really depends on when the economy engages again. We've been through a rolling recession for the past 2 years. You've seen the commodity prices coming down. We think Europe's going to remain in recession, very difficult times over there. China will continue to try and dig out of its property-related troubles. And the U.S. is probably going to be carrying the world, especially if the returns on invested capital here in the United States go up relative to Europe, China, and elsewhere, which would be very good, would attract a lot more capital to our country. Would commodity prices go up in that world? Probably not dramatically with the rest of the world, China in particular, still trying to transition through a very difficult period. Commodities are very cyclical, so let's see what happens there. Here you can see, and I love this chart. It gives you a sense of the drama here. Metals prices divided by gold is in the purple line. And you can see that the purchasing power of gold has gone up dramatically as this line goes down. And in fact, we are below where we were in 08-09, and we are near the lows in COVID. So that just gives you a sense of the cyclical weakness out there. Maybe more of it is in China and Europe, but if you look at the cyclical sector, the industrial sector in the United States, it's been very weak. And the headline numbers cover a lot of sins. There's been a tremendous bifurcation in the economy, and there are a lot of companies suffering out there. And I'll get to that in a moment. Consumers, you can see here, the green line is expectations, and the purple line is current economic conditions. We just got another reading today. You can see where this has been. It's at the lower end of its historical range. range, this is, consumers know that we've been in a rolling recession. Certainly lower and middle income consumers do. And even high-end consumers are nowhere near where the highs on this chart are, or their historical highs, even though the stock market and the housing market, both of those prices have been going up. So that is why we are having a change in administration. Headline numbers have been lying. The real world out there is telling us that times are tough, and look how tough they are. This chart depicts non-corporate divided by corporate net income. Non-corporate is really small and medium businesses. When this line is going down, small and medium businesses are suffering relative to large corporations. And you can see this area of our market is at record lows. I mean, it's worse than in every other recession, including the 08-09 experience. It's well below that. It's below where we were in the back-to-back recessions in the early 80s. It's below where we were in the late 60s when there was a credit crunch. So we think that this new administration is going to be very good for small and medium businesses, and certainly for innovation companies that often are in that category. So we're looking forward more to a time like the mid-90s. This was when the internet really started coming of age, and we saw innovation take off. And of course, it went too far, but look how far we have to go from where we are right now to reach even the midpoint of what happened from 95 to 2000. We've got a long way to go, and we're very excited about this. Now, what does this mean for interest rates? Well, you can see the 10-year Treasury yield, and I'm going to go back to this chart just to illustrate this as well. Despite this very close correlation, a high correlation between this measure of metals to gold and interest rates since the 08-09 crisis, we've seen a breakdown of the relationship recently. And we think it will re-engage, and the truth will be somewhere in between. We'll need to see some cyclical dynamic here. And as I mentioned, it's important that the president and his team make very clear, when these incentives, tax cuts, regulations coming down, and others are going to kick in, because if they're not going to kick in anytime soon, we could see a lot more cyclical weakness. But if they're going to be retroactive and will kick in rapidly, okay, now we're talking. And we think if that's true, this purple line will start going up. The combination of metals prices going up, maybe the gold price going down, because gold price going up has been a flight to safety in a very uncertain period. And maybe we'll get interest rates down a little bit more. But if we go back to the long-term history of interest rates here, you'll see that the decline, the secular decline, was from very high levels and was a very good thing until it wasn't, because here at 2020 and 2020, what the long-term interest rate was discounting was the possibility of an outright global depression, a deflationary bust associated with COVID. That would not have been good. And so where will equilibrium in this new world be? Well, if we're right and real growth goes up dramatically, say to that 6 to 8% range, but inflation keeps coming down, we could be back to an environment where long rates will be in a consistent way lower than short rates. Short rates might go up to that 6 to 8% range, but long rates, looking at the deflationary ramifications of innovation, long rates could be much lower, as they were during the 50-year period that ended in the roaring 20s. Long rates were about 100 basis points below short rates for most of that time, and at times were down 500 basis points below short rates. Why is that period important? It is because that's the last period where we had massive innovation, multiple innovation platforms evolving at the same time: telephone, electricity, internal combustion engine. We haven't seen multiple platforms evolve at the same time since then, until now. And so we think we could go back into that period. And we're about to update a paper that you will see on our website talking about the inverted yield curve during that period and why it happened. And I'll end with a few market-related indicators now. This indicator, you'll see there's a bit of a tug of war at the end here between the S&P price and the gold price. This has flatlined, but very recently you've seen the S&P going up and the gold price going down. If that continues, this chart will resolve to the upside. And that is our bet, that at the very least, the S&P price will go up faster than the gold price. But let's see what happens. We know that the bears out there are expecting the gold price to go up faster than the S&P price, based on deficits, inflation, and so forth. We just disagree with that, but that's what makes a market. And then here is an exciting chart. We hit and crossed $100,000 on Bitcoin this week. That's a big deal. As many of you know, we've been involved with Bitcoin since it was $250 in 2015, when we wrote our first white paper on Bitcoin in collaboration with Art Laffer. And I remember back then saying to Art, when he said, "This is what I have been waiting for since the gold window closed in 1971. And I said to him at that point, I said, and remember, Bitcoin was $250. I said, "Art, this sounds like a big idea. How big could it be?" And he said at that time, "Well, how big is the US monetary base? That's the reserve currency of the world. This seems to be the new reserve currency of the world." I said, "Well, back then it was $4.5 trillion. Today it's about a little over $7 trillion. Well, crossing $100,000 today took us to roughly $2 trillion. So we're well on our way. But as we were talking, and of course, I've kept this conversation live with Art Laffer, he has come back to me and he said, "Well, wait a minute. You know, before 2008, the monetary base was $750 billion. That's all we needed for the reserve currency back then." And what we've gone back to say to Art is, yes, if we were just looking at it as the world's reserve currency, you might be right. But we're looking at it in many other ways as well. It's a substitute for gold, a store of value. Gold is a $15 trillion asset. It is a new asset class, or as we named our paper in 2016, the one we did in collaboration with Coinbase, ringing the bell for a new asset class. How big could that be? If this new asset class with low correlations of returns and risk relative to other asset classes, all fiduciaries have to look at this new asset class. And so we think it could become 2 to 5 or 6% of portfolios. It's also an insurance policy in emerging markets for populations who are used to, whether it's corruption or inexperience or what have you in terms of fiscal and monetary policies, but collapses in currencies and outright confiscation of wealth or capital controls. So this is ideal as a hedge against those scenarios, and even for high net worth individuals around the world. You never know. You never know what's going to happen out there. So insurance policy. So this is a very big idea. And we are looking forward to sharing more papers, not only about Bitcoin, but also about the 2 other digital asset revolutions, the financial services revolution, and more broadly encompassing, including Bitcoin, the digital asset property rights revolution. Now that is a big idea. So with that, we'll look forward to the next In the Know in the new year. So wishing you wonderful holiday season and a really fun New Year celebration. And we'll be back to you early next year. So thank you.
What are you doing?
It's iGaming traffic. Don't scare them away.
Luckily, it doesn't have to be that hard. Getting iGaming traffic is easy when you know much smarter ways, and it can attract users that will be much more engaged. So, 3 ways how to get it for free. The first, SEO. If you can build a website with engaging iGaming content, go for it. Couple of ideas: site of reviews on iGaming platforms, gaming highlights or scores, or gaming tips blog. Second, Twitch. Play and show how you're playing. This format is not dead and will attract a great deal of converting traffic. The third, social media. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. If you create content that doesn't break the platform's rules, you can strive for much more organic traffic. Oh, wait, you have money? Why didn't you say? You can get even more iGaming traffic then. Look, you go to Propellerets. You create a Popunder campaign. Your iGaming offer gets an impressive reach and you scale it with a push campaign. You can also try out a new targeting for Popunder, social traffic. Yeah, the same social media traffic, but more engaged. And don't forget, the best iGaming hunting season begins when there are big sports events around. No. You don't need to Google. We have a special sports calendar. Did we create it for no reason? Just check the video and find it in the description. If you want to learn more about how to get iGaming traffic and run iGaming campaign, read the full article on our blog. And finally, subscribe, hit the bell, and we'll come back with more insights.
Bitcoin raised the bar, breaking through 100,000 for the first time, then retreats slightly. Wealthion is here to give you insights that'll help you navigate your financial future. I'm your host, Andrew Brill. Welcome to Wealthion's weekly market recap. Let's see what our experts had to say this week. This week on Speak Up, Peter Schiff joined Anthony Scaramucci. Given the state of the economy, the incoming administration, and uncertainty, Peter contemplated what the Fed will do in 2025. He's also a Bitcoin detractor and explained what he sees as the risk concerns for Bitcoin.
Let's talk specifically. What do you think the Federal Reserve does in the year 2025?
Well, you know, I've been arguing for quite some time now that the economic data did not tell the true story. And in fact, that's why I believe Trump was elected. I mean, if the economy was as great as Powell claims it is, you know, as the media claimed it was, as Biden claimed it was, Harris would be the next president. All the exit polls showed that it was a pocketbook election, that people were voting for change because the economy and inflation were the number one issues. And the economy and inflation are only the number one issues when they're bad. If they're good, nobody cares about it, and they vote for other things. So I think we're going to continue to get weaker economic data. Like all the data we got today was extremely weak, from the ADP numbers to the ISM numbers, factory orders. I mean, I think we're going to keep getting more downward revisions to a lot of the numbers. We've gotten multiple downward revisions now to the non-farm payroll number. Half. I think it's very possible that we've been in a recession for most of 2024, and I think that will continue into 2025. And so, as the data gets stronger to support that, you know, the Fed is going to try to continue with its rate cuts. But I am expecting a return to quantitative easing. Now, I was on a panel down in New Orleans like a couple of weeks ago, and on that panel, Danielle DiMartino Booth was there, and I mentioned that I thought we were going to have a return to QE. And what she told me is, no, they can't do that unless they go to zero first, that somehow they can't launch quantitative easing unless they have a zero bound. Now, I had never heard of that before, but it's my bet that if that's what the rule is, they're going to violate that. Because I don't think they're going to be able to get back down to zero, but I do think they're going to restart the QE engine, because I think that they've already lost control of the long end of the bond market. Because one of the forecasts that I made that I got right recently, I was saying that when the Fed cuts rates, that was going to be the bottom of the long-term rates, and that they would go up. And that's exactly what they've done ever since the Fed cut rates. Long-term rates have gone the other way. And I think that's going to continue. And that's going to be very problematic for the Fed because it's going to be harmful to the economy, to the housing market. And when we're in a recession, or when the recession gets worse, I think the Fed is going to be pressured to try to lower long-term rates. And the only way we'd be able to do that is by buying the long-term bonds. And the only way to get the money to do that is to print it. So I think we're going to have a resurgence of inflation. We're going to have a weaker economy, stagflation. That's the one thing that, of course, the Fed has no plan for. I thought it was, almost humorous. And even it got a laugh out of Powell. A reporter asked him at the last press conference, "What's your plan for stagflation?" And he laughed and said, "Our plan for stagflation is that we're not going to have it." And so they're just hoping that there is no stagflation, but that's unfortunately where we're going.
Here on Wealthion, give us an update on where you are. I saw you at actually one point express some regret, typical trader in you. Hey, I regret not buying some, right? Because it went up. but I really want to talk about the fundamentals and the risks associated with cryptocurrency from your opinion. Give us that update from your mouth to our network listeners.
Yeah, I get a kick out of like some of the crypto people trying to make something out of the fact that I say, oh, I regret not buying Bitcoin, as if I've changed my opinion. I mean, obviously, when I first learned about it, and I don't remember exactly what the price was. I forget if it was above or below $1. I mean, I really can't say, but it was around $1 when I learned about it. And I had money. It wasn't like I was poor back then. I had money. So I could have put 10 grand, 100 grand. I could have put something into it and I'd be a multi-billionaire today, assuming I hadn't sold it. But, I don't know what I would have done had I bought it back then, how much I would still have. I mean, I have no idea. So it's hard to say. But clearly, I should have taken a chance on it and I didn't do it. But that doesn't mean that I believe in it. I mean, just like I have underestimated how big the bubble can grow with U.S. debt, right? How much money the world would lend us before we had a debt crisis. I overestimated, I guess, the intelligence of individuals and now companies with respect to understanding Bitcoin. And, I had no idea that the bubble could get this big. I think what's really happened recently, two things. You had the introduction of the ETFs and Wall Street coming in and buying up Bitcoin. That pushed up the price. I mean, obviously, nobody is buying Bitcoin in an ETF because they want to use it for anything. No, they're not using it as a currency. They're just gambling on appreciation. And I think that kind of started to wear off. And then, of course, you have MicroStrategy, Michael Saylor, single-handedly. I think he's bought in the last month 11.5 billion more of Bitcoin, a lot of it with borrowed money, but the rest of the money he raises just by, selling shares of stock. So he's just been this crazed buyer that not only has pushed up the price, but has caused a lot of other people to buy it, to front run his buying, to try to, make money off of the buying. And now you have, Senator Loomis introduced this ridiculous bill to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve, which there's nothing strategic about Bitcoin, and we certainly don't need to have a reserve of it. But I think that the potential for this, and you had all these guys down on Nashville, RFK Jr. and Trump, paying homage to the Bitcoin crowd, really pandering to that community, promising them this Bitcoin reserve, which is really a payback for their donations and their support. But I think that the prospect of the U.S. government buying, 1 million Bitcoin, regardless of the price, just buying every single month and never selling. The Loomis bill says you can't sell that Bitcoin for 20 years. I mean, what kind of reserve is it if you can't use it? But with all this stuff happening, I mean, that's really what's pushed up the price of Bitcoin. But I still think it's a bubble. I still think it's not digital gold. I mean, Powell got that wrong today. He was asked about Bitcoin, and he said he doesn't see it as a competition to the dollar. He doesn't see it as a currency. He said it's just like gold, which it's nothing like gold. So he doesn't understand gold either. That's another thing Powell doesn't get. But I do think it's going to collapse. Yes, a lot of people made money on Bitcoin. A lot of my neighbors have made a ton of money on Bitcoin here in Puerto Rico. You probably know some of them, and they always like to tease me about the fact that I didn't get all that.
No,
that
Dan
money.
Moorhead. So, not to be self-promotion, but Dan, I wrote this book. Dan came to the book party last night here in New York.
Yeah, he's here.
I guess I would say something to you that I would ask you to consider and get you to respond to. And I guess, and there are people out there who say that there's more uses for gold than just jewelry and there's some industrial uses, and I accept all of that. But is there a database? A bank is a database. A bank is a spreadsheet. It's a regulated spreadsheet. You have your assets on that spreadsheet. I have my assets on a spreadsheet. Mm-hmm. I move assets to you. There's a spreadsheet. Is there a case to be made that this is an impregnable, fully distributed, fully decentralized spreadsheet, and that there's value in that network? And as tens of millions, if not now hundreds of millions of people are on that network, that there's value in that network. And so, that would be the Robert Metcalf explanation of the network effect. We say there's no value in that network. So Bitcoin's value is zero.
Look, they like to compare Bitcoin to the internet, right? And the beginning of the internet. Well, Bitcoin came around in 2009, 2010. So, it's, what is it? 15 years it's been around. And, I know in the first 14 or 15 years of the internet, I noticed a very big difference in my daily life. I went from never using the internet to constantly using the internet. In fact, today I can't even be without the internet. I mean, everybody, I'm on my smartphone all the time. The internet is probably the most important thing in my life, as far as something that I use, something that adds value to what I do. In contrast, Bitcoin has been around for those 15 years and it hasn't changed a thing. I mean, other than the fact that some people have gotten rich because they bought it a long time ago, and other than the fact that if I turn on CNBC, all I see is Bitcoin commercials and people talking about Bitcoin. As far as in the real world, it's done nothing. It's changed nothing. Blockchain has changed nothing. Crypto, nothing has changed because of Bitcoin. So, you have a cult, you have all these conferences and people go and talk about it. I was just over the weekend, I was in St. Bart for Thanksgiving. I come on the plane to come back, a little prop plane, and the pilot sees me, says, "Oh, when you going to buy Bitcoin?" The guy's mining Bitcoin in his spare time. He's flying this plane for a living. He lives here in Puerto Rico. But I mean, apart from people trying to make money off of Bitcoin, it hasn't done anything. So I don't see the value. Michael Saylor, I see his interview, goes, "It's the only asset in the history of the world that has limited supply." No, I mean, has he not noticed that there are hundreds, thousands of other cryptocurrencies? Many of them have supply caps exactly like Bitcoin. I mean, and there's an unlimited number of cryptos that somebody can create. You can create one, I can create one, and we can limit the supply to whatever we want. So the key is not limiting the supply. The key is the utility of the asset that you're limiting the supply of. Gold is the most useful metal in the world. So, there are more uses for gold than any other metal we have. It has properties that are very unique to gold and that are very special and that are very valuable to mankind because of the things that we can do with gold. But there's nothing unique or special about Bitcoin other than the fact, yes, there's a lot of people who believe in it now and who have built up all this computing power and this huge network around Bitcoin. But my belief is the main reason that all of this capital has been wasted and misdirected into Bitcoin is based on the belief that the price is always going to go up. And that's the whole basis of the MicroStrategy strategy of continuously buying higher and higher cost Bitcoin with more and more borrowed money because it's never going to come down. Because if Bitcoin goes down, MicroStrategy is bankrupt. But, no one cares because Bitcoin can only go up. I mean, we finally invented an asset that has no downside risk and can only go up, right? I mean, where have I heard something crazy like that? So I don't see the real value there. I don't, I make payments all the time, very quickly. With my credit cards, I've used Zelle, I use PayPal, I use Venmo. We have all kinds of ways that I can send money instantly anywhere I want. Very quickly, costs nothing. I don't see where I need Bitcoin to do any of that. Nobody uses Bitcoin for that. So I don't see what value it actually brings. I mean, it's a sexy story that everybody tells to try to justify the price and getting people to buy it. But in fact, they've already admitted that it's not good as a medium of exchange. Nobody even pretends that anymore.
Are you concerned about your financial future or think your investments could be doing better? I'm Andrew Brill, one of the hosts here on Wealthion, and I've been there. Not sure my money was in the right places. It's why I've gotten help from a financial advisor. Maybe it's time you think more about your financial future or get a second opinion about your investments. We've made that process easy. Simply go to wealthion.com/free to speak with one of Wealthion's registered investment advisors for a free, no obligation portfolio review. Again, that's wealthion.com/free. I'm now less anxious and confident I can achieve the financial goals I've set for me and my family. Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research was a guest on Wealthy On this week, spoke about Donald Trump's economic policies. Given global unrest, he talked about the future price of oil. Ed believes the Fed will stick to the quantitative easing cycle and cut rates one more time this December, and he pondered the question of history repeating itself from 1920.
Because my point is this. You do not need a big audience to make money online with school. The main thing that you need is a proven system, roadmap, and step-by-step guide taught by people who have actually done it, grown successful school communities, and been able to help others to do the same. Because we talk the talk and walk the walk. We're the people in the arena, the people in the trenches, actually doing the work and only teaching you what really works in the real world. So here's what you get access to when you start your 7-day free trial with the School Masterclass today. First, you will get access to our newly updated 2.0 School Masterclass course valued at $7,000 per year. And in this course, you will find our School OS program, where you will learn step-by-step how to select a profitable school niche, build, record, launch your first ever school community and online course. Second, you will access our Traffic OS program, where you will discover our proven systems to generate organic traffic from YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, and build a massive email list. Plus, you will learn how to run profitable ads using Meta, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Google. Our third program is called Conversion OS. This is where you will master how to convert your traffic into paying customers using free school communities, free trials, email automations, sales calls, DMs, webinars, AI, and much, much more. And finally, we have our Retention OS program, where you will learn how to not only gain new customers, but keep them paying month after month. This is how you master the game and build a true subscription-based business model that's ready for scale. Finally, you will get a free Go High Level account, which includes our proven CRM, website templates, calendar, and email systems. And normally Go High Level sells for $2,997 per year, but you will get it included in your School Masterclass subscription. And to top it all off, you will also have access to daily Q&A calls with me personally and my team, which is honestly priceless. And the total value of all of this is $997 per year. But your price, it's just $150 per month with a 7-day free trial. Now, if you choose our annual plan at $1,200 per year, not only will you get a 7-day free trial, but you will also save 33%, only paying $1,200 per year instead of $1,800 per year. And you will also unlock all of these exclusive bonuses worth over $10,000. First of all, you will get tickets to our in-person live School Masterclass events, valued at $2,000. Secondly, you will get our 7-figure school and self-mastery course, also valued at $2,000. Next, you will get our YouTube and copywriting course and weekly Q&A calls, also valued at $2,000. Fourth, you will get access to our Inner Circle and School Mastermind recordings, valued at $4,000. And finally, you will get our exclusive School Masterclass merch that we will ship to you, and you will not be able
So let's spend a little more time on politics. And as you mentioned, Trump and the Republicans, they won by a landslide. They took the House, they took Congress, they took the Senate.
Yep.
And so you mentioned that you're expecting some volatility this year, and I'm wondering why. And also because the Republicans took the White House and also the Congress and Senate, what does this mean for your expectations for the year?
Well, there's so many policy proposals that with many of them likely to get enacted pretty quickly. So there's, on the happy side, what the stock market liked once it was clear Trump won is the promise to cut corporate taxes from 21% to 15%. That's a big deal. And then for the consumer, he promised that there'd be no taxes on tips, that there'd be no taxes on overtime pay or on Social Security. That's a big deal for a lot of lower income consumers, so that's important. And overall, those two should be positive for the economy. Then on the other hand, he's got the policies of that possibly increase the deficit, which would be the tax cuts. And he's also got policies that would increase tariffs, which could increase inflation. So, the initial reaction from the stock market was positive, and the initial reaction for the bond market was not so much. But it's a moving it's a moving story here. It's a dynamic story, and now we have a new Treasury Secretary that's been nominated, and this fellow seems to be relatively conservative in terms of how much he wants to see the president implement. But let's face it, we've seen Donald Trump before, and at the end of the day, it's going to be all about what he thinks, not so much by what his policymakers think. But the volatility in the market could depend on how these things pass. They all going to be implemented all in one shot. I mean, from the get-go, tariffs are easy to apparently implement with executive order. And so that'll be the first thing, and stock market may not be too happy with that initially. And then all of a sudden we get tax cuts, and the market might like that. So it could be a pretty bumpy ride here. But at the end of the day, I think the U.S. economy is resilient. It's proven that over the past 3 years. James, as you know, we've had this most widely anticipated recession of all times. It never happened. It was the Godot recession, the no-show recession, and the economy demonstrated that it could deal with a major tightening of monetary policy without having a recession. That was quite an accomplishment. That's something we anticipated, but I have to admit, even we're kind of surprised by how well the economy has performed, and maybe that'll continue to be the case through thick and thin. The economy does well. I mean, there's been so many roadblocks, so many hurdles over the past 3 years, and yet here we are at record highs in the stock market.
Fina, are there any jobs with flexible working hours? I want to quit my 9-to-5 job. Of course they are. You can be.
The price of oil's been hanging around $70 for a good part of the year, and this is in spite of what's happening in the Middle East and also Ukraine. And I almost get the sense that if we didn't have these hostilities going on, oil would be a lot lower, $60 a barrel, maybe $50 a barrel. I don't know. But what are your thoughts? Do you think it's at this level just because of a slowdown in the U.S. economy or the global economy?
Well, I think the most important explanation for the weakness in oil on the demand side is China's weak. China's property bubble burst. We know from what happened in Japan in the 80s and the United States in the 2000s that once the property bubble bursts, it takes several years for it to no longer have an adverse consequence on economic growth. And I would argue that the Chinese housing bubble is probably the biggest housing bubble of all times. And so that being the case, I think that's depressing the Chinese economy. The one-child policy of the Communist Party has come back to haunt them. They've got a geriatric demographic profile, which is clearly not stimulative to consumption. Consumers have a negative wealth effect from home prices being down and from the stock market being down. Now, of course, they are doing their best to try to stimulate things, but I think they would have to do something pretty radical, kind of like what we did here in the U.S. During the pandemic, and that's actually send people checks to have them spend it. Without the consumer actually increasing their spending, I don't know that the Chinese economy really is going to perk up. And the other thing is, with regards to energy, is they're driving a lot of electric vehicles. I mean, that's one country where I think the electric vehicle push really is turning out to be a big deal. And that being the case, that reduces the demand for oil. It doesn't reduce the demand for energy, but they're building more and more power plants, and they're building their electrical power grid to handle all that. Now, of course, they're doing some of that, maybe a lot of it, with coal-fired plants, so that kind of counters what the world is trying to do in terms of reducing the amount of carbon in the air. But that's what they're doing. India is doing very well, but I haven't been to India, but I'm told the traffic is horrible. So I got to believe they're burning up a lot of gasoline, but then again, they're not getting very far. So India just hasn't been the kind of growth market for energy the way China has been, and Europe is a mess. I mean, it's got a lot of problems, and their economy is kind of bumping along, struggling along. So that's the demand side. The U.S. is doing fine. We're driving. Gasoline consumption is relatively high. We're also buying electric vehicles. But on the supply side, there's just a lot of oil. And it's the Russian oil is getting out one way or the other, and probably being sold to China and India. And the United States, despite Biden saying that he's against fossil fuels, we're producing at 13 million barrels per day in the oil fields, which is basically a record high because of the productivity of the oil industry. So you put it all together, and it's hard to see much, if any, upside here. And even with the geopolitical crisis, as you mentioned, we haven't been able to get the price up at all, really. And so now there's talk that Hezbollah and Israel are going to have a ceasefire, and maybe that'll start to calm things down. But, we still have the issue to resolve between Israel and Iran, and that may still involve a military confrontation between the two of them.
So when we spoke a year ago, I want to talk about the Fed now, but when we spoke a year ago, there was individuals out there calling for 6 cuts in 2024. And we've had 2 cuts. We got 50 in September. We had another 25 in November. We have one more Fed meeting coming up before the year end. What do you think they do?
Well, I didn't buy into the multi cuts in the Fed funds rate at the beginning of this year. And you're right, the people were talking about 6 to 7 rate cuts this year. And then we got closer to the fall, and people were talking about 25 basis points at the September 18th meeting. And we kind of caved in and said, okay, they're going to, they're not listening to us. The economy doesn't need it. Inflation is moderating. The economy is strong. The Fed doesn't really need to cut rates. Rates are actually probably where they should be. But they just wouldn't listen to me, and instead went their own way. And not only did they cut, but they cut by 50 rather than 25 basis points. And my reaction was, watch the bond yield go the other way. And that's exactly what happened. The bond yield went up like 75 basis points after that meeting. And then they went down 75 basis points all told so far this year by cutting by another 25 in November. They believe that the Fed funds rate is restrictive. And I said, well, wait a second, they're supposed to be data dependent. And I'm looking at the same data as they are. And I'm saying the unemployment rate's just about 4%. Inflation is about 2%. I mean, aren't we there? I mean, it's like the kids, you take a long drive and the kids are in the back seat saying, are we there yet? Well, we're there. We're at nirvana. We're where we're supposed to be. And somehow they think that these rates are too high. But the economy has demonstrated that it could do just fine with this level of interest rates. So I'm not convinced that they really have to lower interest rates much more. I think they've sort of started to back off and say, well, we're still lowering rates, but maybe more gradually, which is fine. I mean, if they want to do it slowly and see how the economy is responding, they were going to do that anyways. But I think interest rates have normalized. 4 to 5% bond yield is kind of where we were before the great financial crisis, before all the abnormality was 0 interest rates. So it's not a Fed funds rate of 4.75%. It's not bond yield of 4.25%.
Hey, did you know that Telegram is a huge traffic source?
Yes, I did. And I will tell you about it right away.
What is Telegram?
First, Telegram is a messenger, but it also features channels, group chats, and bots. So people don't only speak to each other in Telegram, besides they scroll various channels too. Find jobs, read news, laugh at memes, read personal posts, network in group chats, complete quick tasks like deleting watermarks via bots, and many more. Why not show them your ads? Channels, chats, and bots are perfect placements.
How to advertise on Telegram.
So, suppose you have an offer. How do you promote it among Telegram users? You basically have two ways. I know, you begin to lose concentration. I'll help you, no problem. Hope it's better now. So, you have two options of how to promote your offers in Telegram. Option 1. Create your own Telegram channel and show ads to your subscribers. For this, you'll need to choose a popular topic or a topic that relates to your ads. Promote the channel, post your ads in other channels, use paid Telegram ads, or share your channel link in group chats. But be careful with the last one. Not all the chats owners will be okay with that. Once your channel is popular enough, it becomes a perfect ad placement. You can create ad pods for CPA offers or direct affiliate programs. Option 2. Promote offers on other people's channels. Yes, someone has already invested much effort into their channels. Of course, they're ready to sell ad placements. For this, you'll need to choose a channel on the right topic. No use in promoting an iGaming offer in mom's chat, right? Speak to the channel's owner about ad placement terms and prices. And enjoy the traffic flow.
How can you get even more from Telegram users?
So, suppose Telegram brought you a fresh organic audience. How can you make the most out of these users? Let me show you this bundle. Telegram users plus Propeller Ads audiences. Just look. You promote the landing page via Telegram. Then you add a special retargeting pixel to this page beforehand. This landing page collects views from Telegram users. With the Propeller Ads audience feature, you can create your own custom audience from these Telegram users. When these users visit websites from our feed, you can re-engage them with your offer or send them similar ads. They will be already warmed up and ready to convert. I guess there are still some questions left. For example, if I were you, I'd ask, what's wrong with Telegram official ads for affiliate marketers? How to find the best channels to place my ads? Any life hacks for promoting my own channels? All of this and some more is waiting for you on our blog. Check the link in the description. And if you subscribe and hit the bell, you'll never miss the new marketing ideas and trends. And finally, if you join Propeller Ads, you'll get 24/7 access to high-quality traffic and the best media buying community that's already waiting for you. See you.
Okay, so let's talk about the stock market now. And you mentioned this concept of irrational exuberance. And I think we see a lot of it going on right now. When you look at this year in the S&P, it's up 25% on the year, give or take. But you have a lot of individual stocks, like I'm going to say MicroStrategy, it's up 500% on the year. Palantir is up 250%. NVIDIA is up 200%. Like these moves are just astonishing. And then just recently, I'm sure you saw this individual, his name was Justin Sun, just paid $6 million for a piece of art, which was essentially a banana taped to the wall. Duct taped to the wall. But when you see things like that, these moves, and also this piece of art going for $6 million, does that not concern you a little bit that we might be in a period of irrational exuberance?
James, it concerns me a lot. It concerns me that I picked the wrong career. I should be an artist and just tape a banana to the wall and get $6 million for that. That's pretty sweet if you can do something like that. And I think you forgot to mention Bitcoin. Bitcoin's also been kind of that vertical ascent we've seen in some areas of the marketplace. So the irrational exuberance, aspects of irrational exuberance are certainly there. Interestingly, though, of late, the market seems to be broadening out, the stock market, to mid caps, the small and mid cap stocks. And there's no irrational exuberance there. That's quite the opposite. They've been really cheap for a long time. But, irrational exuberance could lead them to be overvalued pretty quickly. We see some pretty remarkable moves in a very short period of time. So I am starting to see a little bit too much bullish sentiment. And so, I may have to reconsider the subjective probabilities that I assign to kind of a civil bull market that carries us through the end of the decade without any major drama, and reconsider the potential for a 1990s kind of melt up, because there are aspects of it. But some of these areas where we were seeing the market, the big moves to the upside, this kind of justified by earnings. I mean, Nvidia certainly looks like it's still justified by earnings, and its growth rate is what is it now, only doubled over the past year. So that's a little bit disconcerting, I suppose. But I mean, the bottom line is there's irrational exuberance is here in some areas for sure.
You mentioned earlier that, or a few years ago, you've actually coined this decade as the Roaring '20s, just like the 1920s. Yeah. and we all know how the 1920s ended, right? But makes me think of that book. I'm sure you read it, by Charles Mackay, The Madness of Crowds.
Yeah. Well, I think you're making a really good point, and that is, history is relevant, and it doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And in this case, I've been thinking that what causes recessions and bear markets is tight monetary policy. So we had that, and we actually, as we noted earlier in our conversation, I've been kind of pushing against it. I would say, the surprise this time is going to be that monetary policy doesn't cause a recession, because the credit system is more resilient, the economy is more resilient, consumers more resilient. I made a lot of arguments which are more specific of why I thought the economy would handle it. So, all right, so let's move on. What else could cause a recession? Well, oil prices soaring, shortage of oil. We're all waiting in gasoline lines, not able to enjoy our lives, go on with our lives. And so here we had the geopolitical crises, and the price of oil is down, and there's plenty of oil around. Okay, so that didn't cause a recession. So what's left? Well, as you said, the 1920s ended very badly. And I think we all know, there's no debate, that one of the main reasons that it did was because of the Smoot-Hawley tariff, which was passed in May of 1930, and that shut off world trade. So I guess we can say, if we can't find any recent reason for why this economy should have been in a recession, well, we got a new one here, which is an old one, and that's tariffs. And if we get tariff wars, then we very well could see a global recession. So it's a very good point, and it does make the 1920s relevant as history, because while it was a lot of fun for a while, it's when the government implemented this horrendous tariff and policy that things started to really fall apart. It wasn't really the speculative excesses in the market. It was a recession, a depression caused by the Smoot-Hawley tariff. So I would put that certainly in the bucket of what could go wrong. Geopolitics is still in there, but maybe it's less of an issue. And the debt crisis is still in there, but again, maybe it's less of an immediate issue. And then all of a sudden, because of Trump winning, we got tariffs in there, and it's more of an issue.
The charismatic Lolo Tigre of the Independent Speculator stopped by Wealthion and spoke about rising unemployment and false data reports. Given the recent news about BRICS, he talked about the dollar versus BRICS, and given the power needs of AI, Lobo is very bullish on uranium.
Welcome reward $30 untuk trader baru. Trading forex, metals, futures, dan stocks hanya di DuPoint. DuPoint, best broker di Indonesia.
And I want to have a deeper discussion on gold, but before we do that, I'm going to continue on with this theme about the economy. And as you mentioned, the non-farms are coming out this Friday, and I guess that will, depending on those numbers, that will validate or invalidate your thesis. But your concern, if I understand you correctly, is this growing trend we're seeing in unemployment. It bottomed in Q1 of 2023 at 3.5%. The last number we saw was 4.2%, so the trend is definitely up. Do you think it continues as we enter 2025?
Well, I think it was 4.1 and it was flat over the month before, but that was only because of the labor force participation rate dropping. So if, other things having been equal, we would have actually seen an increase in unemployment. And the establishment survey versus the household survey. So if you ask establishments, hey, are you full of workers? And they say, yeah. That captures the illegal workers, which I'm not hostile to illegals, as so many are. I'm not a big fan of the big deportation plan. And in my view, the problem is not people that want to come here to work. My view, the problem is giving people, socialist benefits for coming here and not working. But anyway, I don't want to get into the politics of that. My point is that the employment situation is actually worse than the headline numbers make it appear. And I think even on the mainstream, you'll see some admission of this. The number of new jobs that are government jobs, right? The number of new jobs that are part-time jobs. I think the more, the people that aren't trying to make the current administration look good, the more objective observers out there, not just tinfoil hat Lobo, but mainstream types, everybody can see weakening in the labor market. And I think that's one reason why, despite sticky inflation, which we also got, we just got PCE, supposedly the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, going up. And yet the market odds of a rate cut coming up this month also went up. Why would that be if inflation is going the wrong way? Well, it's because I'm right about the weakness in the labor market. And I think everybody can see it, everybody objective. And maybe even the non-objective ones see it, but just don't admit it. So I don't want to say that everything hinges on this one number, but this one number will be very important for validating or invalidating my thesis. Fortunately, my thesis wasn't, sell everything or if I'm wrong about the undeniable recession, I'm not actually going to lose money because, my therefore bet was, gold higher, gold and silver higher, and that has happened this year. So I'm actually okay. Where this could hurt me is that because I'm still in this hard landing camp, I'm not ready to buy into copper or oil or other industrial minerals or energy plays, except uranium, of course. And I may miss the bottom. I may, I'm not trying to time the market. I'm just reluctant to buy when I see a sale price ahead. And that may cause me to end up having to pay more in the future. But you know what? That's better than losing money. And if I have to pay a little bit more, but I'm betting on a long-term bullish trend, then I'm very optimistic. And you haven't asked me about 25 yet. But I'm not worried about missing the bottom. I'd rather do that than bet big now and then have a fire sale price next month, right? I'd be kicking myself. Either way, I think I'd come out ahead.
This year, we've heard a lot of commentary about the BRICS nations and how they want to come up with another currency to overtake the US dollar. And Trump really recently made a comment regarding the BRICS nations, and he is threatening 100% tariffs on any country who tries to undermine the US dollar. What are your thoughts on this?
It's political grandstanding. How do you define undermine the US dollar? How do you show that somebody has undermined the US dollar and slapped that 100% tariff on them? Very vague, arbitrary. I also understand, though, that it wasn't just, there are different headlines here. But the more specific, actionable thing is if you implement a BRICS currency, as an alternative to the dollar, then I'll put this 100% tariff on you. But that's just an idea. And I know that gold bugs, my dear fellow gold bugs, have been talking about this BRICS gold-backed currency for a long time. But every time it comes up, or there's an opportunity for it to come up at a BRICS meeting, it doesn't. And the last time there was this big fuss about in South Africa last year, they were going to introduce the gold-backed BRICS, and Russia, ever one to stir the pot, was saying, "Oh yeah, this is coming," and the South African hosted, it wasn't even on the agenda. Never mind a gold-backed BRICS currency, there was no BRICS currency even on the agenda. Lo and behold, nothing happened. So at this point, all the evidence suggests that at most, BRICS currency, whatever it's backed by or not, is just an idea. And if it does happen, it would take years to implement. This isn't the sort of thing you just flip a switch and it works. You're talking multiple governments that don't trust each other, don't even speak the same language, right? Are not all on the same economic page, very different economies. To get them to come together and put this together, it is, even if it's happening now in secret, something that would take years to deploy, perhaps, or probably longer than Trump has to be in office. So it's just bluster and grandstanding as far as I'm concerned. That said, he's telling other countries what to do and what not to do and making threats. That could produce backlash. I'm sure the diehard, MAGA hardcore Trump supporters loved it. Yeah, those anti-dollar people, stick it to them. But it's a dangerous thing in a multipolar world to be, throwing threats like that around. So we'll see what happens. Ultimately, though, if this were to actually happen, I think it would totally backfire. It would be all the more reason for other countries to say, you know what, the U.S. is trying to control us. We need something besides, we need to get out of under the U.S.'s thumb. And the main way the U.S. keeps other countries under its thumb is control of the dollar. We just saw that with kicking Russia out of the weaponization of the dollar, kicking Russia out of the SWIFT system and so on. I actually see this as very good for gold once again, not to harp on that one thing, but these are your questions. And, whatever happens with this, I see it as being pro-gold. And I just hope that it doesn't blow up in the U.S.'s face.
So let's move on now and discuss nuclear energy and uranium. You've been very bullish on uranium in the past, and it's down on the year, which I find quite surprising because I don't think there's another sector that has a more bullish or more positive backdrop than nuclear energy and by extension uranium. But what are your thoughts on uranium here? It's down, what is it, down 10 or 15% on the year?
Well, first, I don't want to dislocate my shoulder patting myself on the back, but it's not surprising to me at all. This last time we talked, it was in August, but if we talked before that, around this time in 2023, I was saying, my highest conviction trade for 23 was uranium, and that doubled in that year, so that worked out well. But my highest conviction trade for 2024, despite all that you say being true about the fundamentals for uranium, was not uranium, it was gold. That's worked out well for me this year too. But the reason for that was the answer to your question. Uranium shot way up, way over the incentive price needed for high prices to start to cure high prices. And it's normal when a market goes vertical like that. I mean, gold's up 25% this year, but uranium doubled last year, more than, and up over $100 an ounce when the incentive price was maybe 70, 80 bucks. And the long-term contract price was still way, it was like maybe 50 or 60 at the time. It took time for the long-term contract price to catch up. It was, I think, perfectly reasonable to expect some kind of pullback. And I got a lot of hate for saying that, but I was right. I'm sure glad I shifted my focus from uranium to gold in 24. And it's playing out now. I mean, I remember in 22, people were wailing and pulling out their hair because uranium hadn't done anything all year. I kind of feel the same way now, that people are maybe not quite so anguished because it, plus or minus 80 bucks a pound, it's hard to be too despairing about uranium. But it hasn't done anything all year. Well, you know what? Mr. Market doesn't care what you want or it will when it moved. To my mind, the correction was completely to be expected. It's very telling to me that uranium corrected basically down to where the long-term contract price had risen to, and that has provided a floor under spot. That's perfectly normal. Spot often runs away ahead, but then they converge over time. And I think that's encouraging. I don't actually see a lot of downside from here. High prices are incenting mothballed mines to be brought online, new low-cost projects to be brought online. So all that's working. And it's natural for the market to be concerned. Oh, well, high prices cure high prices. Let's see what happens. But on the ground, the reality is that these restarts and these mine builds, almost all of them are behind schedule, or they're slower, or they're not as much. Even Kazatomprom, which again, I'm not recommending one company or anything. This is important because it is both the world's largest and lowest cost uranium producer. That makes it the supplier of marginal pounds to the market. And it has just petitioned to its own government to cut its permits so that it doesn't keep missing its permitted usage. Like it keeps failing to deliver as much uranium as it's supposed to. I think that's really telling for the largest and lowest cost producer to cut its guidance in that way. So I'm extremely bullish, but I understand why the market says, oh, well, we have new production coming online. There could be a surplus. I think they're wrong. I think it's taking longer. And even if all those mines do come online, our own in-house math, we have another free report on the uranium market if anyone's interested, says that this new supply won't be enough. So I'm very bullish. That said, is uranium going to double in 2025? That seems unlikely. We're already above the incentive price or the incentive price at least. So I think it goes higher. I think it keeps going higher. I think long-term contract prices will continue going higher and it'll drag spot higher in time. But I'm not looking for a hockey stick upside here. So I like uranium. I'm actively seeking to add more uranium in my portfolio, but I see more upside elsewhere in 2025 specifically.
Wall Street veteran Jordy Visser joined Wealthion this week. He got into deglobalization versus decentralization and commodity prices. He wondered, like many of us, when will crypto and AI become mainstream, saying it'll be full-scale adopted in the next 5 years, so get on board or be left behind. He talked about different generations and how they view the volatility of Bitcoin. So you think that gas at the pump right now is relatively low considering where it had been. You think that even gasoline, oil, that sort of thing will start to tick up? I mean, the situation around the world isn't so great. So geopolitically, there could be some uptick there as well.
Yeah, there's a couple things here. And I think this finally gets us into the election part. I think with Trump winning, people are going to have to start to reassess how countries view their own domestic politics, because I think that's one of the features of this. So if you think about deglobalization just as a theme, and I've always been focused on deglobalization. We still have that happening in many ways, but with Donald Trump taking over, I think whether you call it deglobalization, it's starting to migrate into decentralization, but also deregulation. These are a bunch of things which for me are going to force most economies around the world to think domestically and figure out ways to not be impacted by, say, tariffs or just the fact that the U.S. is going to make things more uncertain. You're not going to know what's going to happen on a week-to-week, month-to-month basis. And China just had a PMI number which moved higher. I'm definitely in the belief that China has already taken the reins and has put a floor into their economy for this year. And so that leads me to believe that the surprises there, particularly from a consumption basis, will be on the upside. And I think people have underestimated two things on energy. One is the whole EV car thing seems to have got people complacent that there's nothing that can really make gas at the pump go higher. We're down to $3.04 as of today. It's a big fall, and that's one of the reasons why it's kind of surprising that inflation on the core side has actually stabilized up here, because goods are definitely on the lower side. And so if China's now got their PMI seeing 2 back-to-back months on the Caixin of 1 point or more, the US PMI numbers came out this morning. They're up above 48, and almost all the outlooks for the regionals are suggesting more optimism with Trump coming in from a regulations basis. So people are starting to get a little more optimistic there. And then I think there's also going to be a front loading of orders on the fear of tariffs taking over, which will probably lead to a little bit more of a bounce. So I think you're going to get some upward prices on energy in the early, or at least early in the year when Trump takes over. But then I think the other theme, which I'm sure we'll get into later, is I'm a big believer that the AI power needs are going to become relevant or become really, really recognized by the world as we get into the second half of next year.
So let's get into cryptocurrency. And I do read your Substack, and I am in the age group that you said that crypto is a speculative fantasy. You grouped AI in there a little bit too, but it seems that, and I'm curious to your take, calling it cryptocurrency, is that what's holding a lot of us back? I mean, we all keep a little cash in our pocket and we look at that as currency, but this is a digital world, the way you pointed out with the iPhone, and it's going to take just some education and getting used to it for it to become mainstream, isn't it?
For people, and I think the age that I chose in there as the defining line was 44.
Right.
And I'm above that line. The reason I chose that line is because that's where a bunch of all the demographics intersect for me. The percentage of people by demographic that use AI, it's dramatically higher for people under 44 and dramatically lower for people above the age of 44. Same thing goes for crypto on an ownership basis and a use basis. But then when you go to global net worth, the people above the age of 44 own over 90% of the global wealth. So it's a weird, we're in a very, very fast changing world. So when the Bitcoin white paper came out in 2008, a month after Lehman Brothers, if you go back and spend time on what it was and you break it down into two components, one just being the frustration towards governments and banks, and the fairness. This had been attempted many times before. Many thoughts had come through, some kind of financial competitive currency to represent it had been there. But I think cryptocurrency, to your point, is just a bad marketing thing for Bitcoin. And I think that's what confuses people. I don't view Bitcoin in any way, shape, or form as a currency. In fact, the technology behind it for payments and transactions is it's not great. And so that's why you've had things like Ethereum and Solana, which are much more geared towards speed, much more geared towards being able to handle the higher volumes. That's a better technology, these particular ones, and I think that's why they've gathered steam. So I have focused on Bitcoin as the store of value bridge between the physical world, where we've all basically been until the digital economy, which really, again, started accelerating in 2007 with the iPhone release. So I don't think people have put this all together, but within a span of July of 07 is when the iPhone was released. October of 2008 is when the Bitcoin white paper came out. And that to me was the white paper for explaining to people how, as technology accelerated, you were going to need the innovation of the blockchain to basically decentralize the world and erase the middlemen, which means less government, less profits for the banks. And that's really what it represents. And that's what you're seeing. And I think that's the trend that's happening. So I'm writing more about it because it's the most interesting macro story I've seen. I do believe in accelerating innovation. And I use AI 3 to 5 hours a day. I have more apps and I do more things on it today than I did yesterday. And it just continues that way. And I have the luxury of being now a consultant and helping people kind of bridge their own mindset, because that's the part that's the hardest, Andrew, is I just think people above the age of 44, it's very hard to forget what you've already learned and what you went to school for. It's very intimidating to think about learning AI and to think about investing in Bitcoin. I'm just shocked at how many people I have to explain how important it is not to invest all your money there, but at least to diversify by some amount.
How do you explain the volatility and the lack of perceived value? Obviously there's value. Bitcoin's 95, 96, 97,000, but there's a perceived lack of value. And that's why people are hesitant to accept it, I guess, is what the best word we can use.
Yeah. Let's see. I remember when I took a trip to China, and on that trip I ate scorpions, and I was forced to eat turtle at a luncheon. Now, these are normal foods out there that you can buy anywhere. In the United States, not so much. You're not going to find them in places. It's not the same. And the reason I bring that up is Noah Yuval Harari in Sapiens really taught me a lesson to understand everything is a story. So when you say value is something that is perceived by people. If something goes higher, it has value. That's why I brought up baseball. Baseball cards, if you have the right baseball cards, they've gone up in value. So it's been a good store of value if you put money into it. Mm-hmm. If you buy a Picasso, if you buy anything, it's been proven to be good value. So value is just really representative of the story behind it that other people are jumping on board with. So to measure Bitcoin for value, when people talk to me about how you come up value, I go, well, when the internet was growing, the number one thing we used to measure whether it was going to be successful is how many people were using it, how quick the user adoption was. Well, that's what's going on with Bitcoin. I really appreciated the 2020, 2021, 2022 period. So after my son's peak in his net worth, which happened in like February of 21, Bitcoin peaked, and then it went from 70,000-ish down to 16,000-ish.
Right.
That was peak to trough. That year in 22, it was down about 55%. So when I get asked the question about how do you deal with the volatility, I always say, well, let's see, it was down 55, 60% in 22. How much was Amazon down? And most people don't know, but Amazon, which is something that has a higher market cap, it was also down 50%. The NASDAQ itself was down over 40, or down about 40. So what you're dealing with when people talk about these things is they haven't adjusted to the story. But the problem is, if I talk to my son, he has. If I talk to people in Argentina, they have. If I talk to people in Brazil, they have. And that's why I said at the beginning, I just happen to be in an age bracket where I'm talking mainly to people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. They haven't embraced it, but people below that age already have. So it's the people with the money that haven't embraced it. But the one thing I know about all of those people, they are greedy. They go to tennis clubs and golf clubs and all kinds of places. And the first thing they hear is, hey, do you own any Bitcoin? They will all own Bitcoin because that's the way all this stuff ends up going. It always has.
So how does AI fit into all this? And you wrote that AI is moving faster, changing. I mean, you made the point earlier that you use it every day for several hours and it's changing daily. How does AI fit into all this?
So for me, the connection of AI to Bitcoin in particular has to do with the digital economy. So Bitcoin is nothing more than a digital asset. That's it. So we've got the assets of the physical / fiat world. And when I say fiat, that's paper money world. So the things that most people have grown up on, like I own the S&P 500. Okay. Bitcoin is a digital asset. There's a finite amount of them. So there's a scarcity issue. There's no scarcity issue on Apple stock. They can issue as much as you want to issue. In fact, MicroStrategy, which has gotten a lot of attention, people are still trying to figure out how Michael Saylor is doing this. This has got to be a bubble. Everything makes no sense. And yet he's just selling fiat assets to go buy digital assets. That's basically what he's doing. He's issuing stock that people are buying or convertibles that people are buying. And then he's taking that money and he's going and buying the digital asset. And so this world is connected, the digital economy and the physical economy. We've all seen the rise of innovation. As soon as we started having an iPhone in our hand and started doing the things we went, it replaced physical assets. This was our doorway into the digital world. So before the iPhone, and it's amazing how only after 16 years, people forget. You watch TV shows from like 2002, 2003, and they have these flip phones and they have phones and you're like, okay, there were still cameras back then. If you look at how many cameras were produced globally in 2002, there were millions of them. Now there's none. I mean, there's literally, if you look at a chart, it looks like zero. So the digital asset side to me is going to be accelerated. We've been moving to the digital economy since the iPhone. The iPhone started the same time as Bitcoin. They're kind of brothers, if you want to use that. They came out at the exact same time. We've watched our kids sit there and play Fortnite. We've watched how quickly Fortnite became something big. The digital economy is just going to continue to grow and continue to be a bigger portion of the economy, while things like Ford versus Tesla make no sense. When people doubted that Tesla could have a market cap, a car company at $1 trillion, Ford, GM, Toyota, all of them combined don't even get close there. And that's been the case for a while. So AI is an accelerant on the iPhone. It's the next phase. And so far, all we've done in the last 2 years since ChatGPT is build out the infrastructure, and NVIDIA has benefited. I have believed, and I've written about this, and I'm writing another paper this week on it, is on AI agents, because I talk to people about AI agents and they don't have an easy time with that either. To me, AI agents are the accelerant for getting into the digital economy, and that is going to accelerate the amount of money that is moving into this other economy, the digital economy, through payments. And the reason that the payments are so important is, again, I think because technology is done so well and because their market cap is so big, people actually think that most of the profits in the world are in the technology sector. Financials are still enormous. Every single person who's watching this, at some point, I'm sure in the last 10 years, bought a house. And you just think about how many people come with their hands to take money from you related to just buying or selling the house. The taxes from the government, the funding from the bank, the mortgage payments that go on, the insurance, all kinds of stuff that has to happen. Those dollars are part of the economy. That will be replaced more and more by AI agents. The same thing will happen in the healthcare sector. Same thing will happen in call centers. All that stuff is about to accelerate now. And that's why the next 5 years is about AI adoption rather than AI infrastructure.
So when we talk infrastructure, we're talking about the chips, the cooling racks, but you're talking more about the software that's going to actually let this AI work and stuff like that, right?
Exactly. This is the part, and again, I'll just give you my brief journey. So my hedge fund closed in May. So we're now about 6 months of not going into an office every day. So the work that I do now is content, and it's helping people and consulting people for how do they think about investing in it, for portfolio diversification? How do they make the transition, speaking in front of groups like this, but more in public to help their clients and stuff? So that's really where my focus is going to be. And to really set up the business and go through, I decided, since I didn't have the time while I was going to a job where I found out how much time you waste going into work, the commuting time, the whole thing. And I did more of my work at home on the computer that I'm sitting here with. So I took 5 coding classes. I had always hired data scientists and coders to do the work for me. And I just wanted to learn the basics of coding. So I took 5 Python courses. These were online Coursera courses. I finished them within a span of about 6 weeks. And then I started to work on some tools where I was building my own things that I used to have data scientists do. Now, at the same time, I was using AI regularly. And my coding was bad, but the great thing was I would go back and forth between ChatGPT to write the code and then go back into the terminal and run my Python script and go through it. And I could do things. It was still kind of clunky, and I don't think the coding was particularly good back in July. But what's happened since then is it's gotten phenomenally better.
Thank you for watching this week's recap. If you need help planning your financial future, head over to wealthion.com/free for a free, no obligation financial review. And please follow us on social media. All the links are below in the description. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a video. Thanks again for watching. If you like this content and are looking for more ways to keep growing your investments, watch this video next. Until next time, stay informed, be empowered, and may your investments flourish.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no more recessions. That is a business cycle thing of the past. It's for the industrial revolution economy. The digital economy is about productivity and efficiency, and it's happening every single day. Bitcoin's only 2 trillion now and growing, but pretty soon by the end of next year, I think it'll be the second biggest asset in the world behind gold, which is close to 20 trillion.
We enter the last month of 2024 with economic indicators showing sticky inflation. I'm your host, Andrew Brill. If you need help looking forward financially, go to wealthion.com/free for a free, no obligation portfolio review. We'll talk about the economy and some key factors coming up next. I'd like to welcome Jordi Visser back to Wealthion. Jordi was the founder and a CIO of a hedge fund. He has over 30 years experience in the financial world. And now he's just a person who gives great advice on crypto, AI, and everything, conventional assets too. Jordi, welcome back to Wealthion. Always a pleasure to have you.
It's good to be here, Andrew. I'm looking forward to it.
I always like to start about asking what your view is presently.
Question of how do we motivate other people to do this, and we all have to take the leap to get the courage to start.
So Shir Yevon, thank you so much for coming on the show. What you're doing and have done is so inspiring. We appreciate it for what you're doing.
According to Brent Johnson, we don't have an affordability crisis. We have an inequality crisis. The problem with our monetary system here in the United States is that due to being a nation of debtors, in other words, constantly taking today and robbing from our tomorrow, we have no reverse gear, meaning that reducing prices in the U.S., deflation, causes banks and financial markets to collapse. And our system is designed that we must always grow. But Brent says that Trump is going to try to solve the high price issue with wages going up. But the chance of us getting both prices down and earnings up is very small. Listen as Brent outlines what he believes will happen to our overall economy, the dollar, the 10-year Treasury bond, which, by the way, affects mortgage interest rates, and the potential of a war with China. You'll hear why Brent says pain is coming and the first part of 2025 will be a very tough time. Brent says Trump will have to go fast with policies and not look back. And we won't start seeing benefits of a Trump administration until 2026. I hope you enjoy the interview. Brent, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me.
You know, we haven't spoke since the election. I have to ask you, were you shocked that Trump won?
You know, I wasn't shocked, but it's really kind of funny because in 2016 I predicted that he would win and he lost, or he won, and in 2020 I predicted he would win and he lost, and in 2024 I just really didn't know. I kind of thought that he would, but I didn't have the conviction that I had the prior two times. So I was really kind of, just kind of sitting back and watching, and it was. It was quite something to see because you kind of get the gut instinct that that's the way it's going to go, but you just never know.
Yeah, I have to admit I was surprised. So my wife and I were it was split. I said I wasn't so sure, she was sure, and so we'll see what happens now. But for many that don't know who you are, you're a dad, you're a husband, you're a money manager, and you live in Puerto Rico, and I know that firsthand because I came to see you. But you're big in the finance world, and you're known as one who believes in the strength of the U.S. dollar over any other fiat currency in the world. And that regardless of how much debt we incur as a nation or how much we devalue the dollar by printing more, regardless of countries wanting to reduce the dependency on the dollar, you believe that the dollar will remain the world's reserve currency, I think, for a while. Is that a fair statement to say?
Yeah, that's fair. And it's kind of one of those things when if I step back and look at it from a bigger perspective, it's kind of one of those things where if you analyze the United States in isolation and you look at its policies and its fiscal position and the amount of debt that it's borrowed and, kind of these crazy programs that the politicians have put in place. And there's really no conclusion you can come to other than this is a really bad situation that's going to end in a disaster. The problem is we don't live in a vacuum. It's a big world, right? And currencies trade relative to each other. And so when you do the same level of analysis on the other countries, you quickly realize that they have almost all the same problems that the United States has, but they don't have nearly the advantages that the United States does. For all of the problems that the United States has, we still have an incredible amount of resources, economic weapons, military weapons, rule of law. And I know a lot of people will say, well, those have all degraded over the last 10, 20, 30 years. And, I guess I'm kind of sympathetic to that argument, but again, it's a relative basis. Where is it better? And if you can't find some place that is better, then that thing that you're looking at is probably going to outperform. And that's kind of the conclusion that I have come to. And that, I certainly think we have a number of issues. I think they're sort of in the process of being addressed. How well addressed, the timeline it takes to address them, that's a bit of a wild card. But around at other countries around the world, they're in the same position. And if I had to bet on one place, I'm happy to bet on America.
Yeah. Well, just for some context, you've been in wealth management for a long time. You were a financial auditor for Philip Morris Management Company in New York City, auditing the company's headquarters as well as its subsidiaries in Germany, Hong Kong, Richmond, Virginia. I mean, Brent, you're a smart guy. I mean, I'm not just saying that. I enjoy speaking with you. I learn a lot from you, and I think so does my audience. But just to kind of start us off here, are you okay? I mean, would you feel comfortable giving us an idea of about what you're currently managing as far as wealth right now, the amount?
Oh yeah, sure. I can tell you that. I manage approximately $175 million. Now it fluctuates a little bit with what's going on in the markets and everything, but that's generally. I've got about 15 clients. They're all very high net worth. So it's not a large business, but it's a good business, and I take it very serious. It's funny, I don't take myself very seriously, but I take my business very seriously. I feel like you kind of have to laugh and joke in this business, or else you'll go crazy. So I'm often sarcastic and joking around and kind of laughing at things that I see going on in the world. But it's a very serious job, right? At the end of the day, you're trying to protect somebody's lifestyle, and the hard work that they've put in. They've entrusted you with their capital, and so I take that very seriously. And that actually factors into kind of a big epiphany or realization that I had about 10 years ago. Was I realized after the global financial crisis that I was very upset with the way it all went down. I was very upset with the bailouts. I was very upset with the institutionalization of the losses, but then you would still give the bankers the big bonuses. I just didn't think it was fair, and I didn't think it was what America was all about. And so I kind of became this, I don't know, advocate or financial justice warrior, shaking my fist at the air, and this isn't the way it should be. And that probably went on for 3, 4, 5 years until I realized that I was moralizing in my clients' portfolios rather than just trying to grow their portfolio. I mean, they didn't hire me to be a financial justice warrior. They hired me to analyze the world as it is, protect them on the downside, and participate in the upside. And even though I'm friends with all my clients, we don't necessarily all see the world the exact same way. We don't all necessarily have the exact same political affiliations or religious affiliations. And so for me to put my own personal ethical spin or moral spin or political spin into their portfolio would in many ways be a breach of fiduciary duty. And once I kind of realized that was happening, and I just kind of stepped back and tried to just be completely objective and kind of a mercenary about it all, everything cleared up. The clouds parted, the veil kind of got lifted from my eyes, and I felt like I could see the world a lot more clearly. And, since that time, I'm not saying I've done everything perfect, and I make a lot of mistakes along the way, but I've never been completely confused about what's going on in the world. It's a lot of it has made sense since I kind of made that realization. And it's really hard to do. So I'm not sitting here, trying to be condescending towards people who are in that same situation. I would just say, to the extent that is happening in your portfolio, my guess is that it has negative consequences for the portfolio. And so the extent that you can remove emotion from your analysis, the better off you're going to be. Now, that sounds easy to do, and that sounds very, common sense, but it's very hard. It is very hard. And so, and I still struggle with it from time to time. Sometimes I catch myself reacting emotionally rather than reacting logically. And so, what I have tried to do since that time is, rather than try to be right about everything, try to be prepared for everything. I mean, the bottom line is I don't know what's going to happen. I think I have a better view on things than a lot of people, but I don't know for sure. And so I have a system figured out to where if everything goes okay and we don't have a big crisis and assets trend up and to the right, my clients are going to make money and, things are going to be okay. But I've also figured out a way that if we do get this terrifying drawdown or a crash or a recession or, all of these numerous negative things that could happen, if we do get one of those, I'm not going to be surprised by it, and I will have been prepared for it. Or at least I will have prepared for it as much as I can. And that allows me to sleep at night. And again, it allows me to kind of smile and laugh at things, even though the world is crazy. And, we'll see how the next few years go.
Yeah. Well, today I'd like to talk about your thoughts on a Trump presidency, interest rates, inflation, home affordability, a central bank digital currency, and the potential of war with China. So we'll kind of start out with Trump here. I guess, Brent, the big question that I have is, do you believe that we have an affordability crisis in the U.S.?
Well, I think we certainly have an inequality crisis in the U.S. So it depends on which group you're talking about. If you're talking about the higher up.
Absolutely. You don't need any freelancing experience. The best part is you can offer services that you're already good at, whether it's
the higher ups, they don't have an affordability crisis. I mean, inflation doesn't hurt them that hard. But if you're talking about the blue collar worker and the average citizen, then of course, I mean, I think it would be very hard to say that is not the case. And it would be very out of touch to say that is not the case. And going back to the election, I think that is why Trump got elected. Because in many ways, again, regardless of what you think of Trump and Kamala and all the politicians, the bottom line is that in a very weird and perhaps surprising way, over the last, at least as long as I can remember, I was born in the 70s, kind of grew up in the 80s. And at that time period, the Democrats represented the common man, and the Republicans kind of represented the big business and the billionaires and the, capitalistic class. And I don't know exactly when that switched, probably over the last 10 years, maybe we could argue 15 years. But certainly since, the 2000s, when I came into business, that has switched. And, the Republicans now identify more with the common man and the person in the flyover states, and the Democrats identify with the liberal elite of the big cities. I think the reason that Trump won, and not just Trump won, they got control of Congress as well, and I think it's because, in many ways, the Democrats were out of touch with the common person. They tried to tell them everything is good. Kamala said, "I'm not going to change anything that Biden did. I think he did a fantastic job." And and I think the average person was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Right? Yeah. And if you look back through history, it's those types of environments that populist leaders always arise. And I think you could easily classify Trump as a populist leader. When he comes out and he says, "Listen, the people in Washington and New York City aren't listening to you, and I will listen to you, and I will fight for you. Even if you don't necessarily love them as a person, you like what they're saying," right? And so, getting back to your question on inequality and cost of living, or I think you termed it a pricing crisis. I think that's largely why Trump was won, and I think, the policies that he is at least talking about putting in place are addressing a number of those issues. Now, I think the real question becomes of how well can he implement the policies that he's talking about, and how quickly, if at all, will they work? But I do think that's a big issue. I think the reason why Trump was elected, and I think based on his cabinet so far and what he has said post-election, I think that's kind of high up on his priority list of things to take a closer look at.
What would you like to see him accomplish over the next 4 years?
Well, this is going to sound silly, but in some ways he's already accomplished one thing that I think is incredibly necessary in order to be successful, and that is a positive attitude and mindset. And so I suppose if you are a Democrat, or if you're from kind of the circles that voted for Kamala, perhaps you think differently. But if you look at a map of the counties of the whole country, and you look and see which ones voted red and which ones voted blue, it is almost entirely red except for the big cities. And so all of those people, or not all of them, many of those people in those counties that voted red have a feeling, and I've talked to many of these people. I grew up in that area. I grew up in a very rural, agricultural centric area in Nebraska. And, all of my friends and all of my friends' parents were blue collar workers, farmers. They worked on the railroad. They worked on the power plant. They were teachers and firemen. And I think a lot of those people didn't feel heard. And with Trump coming in, I think they feel much like we felt back in the early 80s when Trump got elected, or when Reagan got elected. I can remember being a kid in the 70s, and there was the inflation, and there was this, I was pretty young, but I can kind of remember when Reagan came into power, there was a change in mood for the whole country. And I'm not going to say that this is exactly the same, but it reminds me of it. And I think that is crucial if we're going to address the problems that we have. So this is a very long way of answering your question, but I think changing the attitude of the average person was fundamentally important. And I think that it so far is happening. Hopefully that can continue. The other thing that I would like to see him accomplish is I think for him to have a chance and not get eaten up by the swamp again, I think he needs to hit the ground running, going 500 miles an hour, and do exactly what he was going to say and do exactly what he said he was going to do. I think if he slows down or if he hedges, he's going to get eaten alive. And the analogy I'll use is President Milei in Argentina. So I don't know to the extent people are familiar with this, but for years and years and years, Argentina has been mired in many socialist policies and financial crises and incredible rates of inflation and government waste. And a very populist, politician came on the scene a couple years ago and said he was going to change everything, said he was going to slash the budget, he was going to kick out the waste, and he was going to shut down the central bank. And he made a number of these like grand proclamations. And I think a lot of people thought that he wouldn't win. And even if he didn't win, he wouldn't go through with what he said he was going to do because it was really dramatic. But he has done basically exactly what he said he was going to do. And he keeps going. And so far, Argentina has seen a remarkable turnaround. And I think the only thing that's keeping him getting eaten alive is that he just keeps going 100 miles an hour and doesn't stop. And so I would use that analogy for Trump. I think he has the mandate. All you got to do is look at that map of the election. He has the mandate. He's been putting people in place that so far at least appear, to kind of share his vision of what he wants to do. And I think if he hits the ground running and going 100 miles an hour and doesn't stop, he's got a chance. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. I expect there to be some significant volatility, in 2025. I think in many ways, 2025 could look a lot like 2022. Remember, if people remember back 2 or 3 years ago, we had higher rates of inflation than we have today. Now, some people, I think people probably will disagree with me on this, but I think in many ways the Fed has done a pretty good job of addressing the inflation that was out of control in 2022. Now, it doesn't mean we don't still have high prices, and it doesn't mean that inflation is no longer a problem, but it's not rising at the rate that it was back then. But the policies that the Federal Reserve put in place in order to address that inflation caused a lot of problems in the first 6 to 9 months of 2022. At one point in 2022, stock markets were down 20 to 50%, depending on which one you were looking at. Unemployment started to tick up a little bit as a result. The recessionary fears were on the table. And my guess, but ultimately, it did, well, again, and I know people are going to take issue with this, but it got it under control. Maybe it didn't solve it, but it did stop the surge in inflation. It didn't completely wreck the economy. We're still doing okay. Unemployment is still low. Growth is still happening. The stock market's at an all-time high. So even though it caused some short-term pain, it didn't lead to a total disaster, at least not yet.
Performance marketing is easy when you have a reliable self-serve advertising platform equipped with advanced tools. And this is exactly what Propeller Ads is. Our volumes exceed 120,000 impressions a second worldwide, suitable for brands, marketing agents, and affiliates. As for the prices, they start from less than 1 cent. So how exactly can Propeller Ads help you launch profitable campaigns? Well, getting deposits, driving installs, skyrocketing sales, getting new leads.
At least not yet. And I think Trump's new policies will likely have some kind of similar effect. I would expect the first 6 to 9 months of 2025 to be very challenging. I don't think it will just all go smoothly. But I think, from anywhere from 9 to 18 months into this, we will start to see some of the benefits of it. And but again, I think it's going to necessitate him to follow through on his policies. It's going to necessitate him to do the tariffs. It's going to necessitate him to follow through with Elon and Vivek running the Doge committee, right, to decrease the size of the government. He's going to have to appoint people in his cabinet who are going to do what he said on the campaign trail that he said he would do. And so I actually think there's this thing called situational awareness, right? And what it means is that you have to understand that the environment you're in order to make the best decisions to get out of it. And while I have many problems with Trump on a personal level, I think he is the right guy out of him and Kamala for the current situation that the United States is in. It doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. It doesn't mean there's not going to be a lot of gnashing of teeth and pain along the way. But if you do want to address the things that you brought up and the problems that you see, I think Trump is going to be better able to solve those than Kamala would have been.
Yeah, I just hope that everyone looks at it from a bipartisan approach and the well-being of, like you had said, our middle class, essentially. I hope you're enjoying the interview so far. I just wanted to take a brief moment and let you know that this podcast is brought to you by SachsRealty.com. Here at Sachs Realty, we're committed to bringing you the best real estate education and helping buyers and sellers achieve their real estate goals. If you haven't subscribed to our channel, please consider doing so now. And don't forget, we're on every major social media platform, so you can follow us there as well. Now back to the show. When you and I had sat down in Puerto Rico, one of the things that we spoke about, or when you were talking about the monetary system, you had indicated that we really don't have a reverse gear, that causes a lot of problems. Because one of the questions is, we talk about disinflation year over year and whether the Fed has curbed, I guess there could be arguments as to, the cost of living is still extremely high. People, they don't really want to hear that, inflation is down year over year. They really want to see price deflation. But you speak about how, there really is no reverse gear. In America, deflation doesn't sit well. Something is broken when that happens, and it causes a chain reaction. How do we, Brent, regain affordability in a country where housing costs are outrageous, groceries are, being financed on credit cards, and it costs you an arm and a leg to have your car repaired?
Yeah. Well, so there's a couple things. You can address it with prices, or you can address it with earnings. Now, the simple fact is that prices very rarely go down, right? And that's why, even though inflation is typically seen as the growth in prices. And so while inflation, the growth in prices have come down, the prices themselves have not come down, right? And they rarely do. They rarely do. I'm not saying that they can't, but they rarely do. And typically when prices do come down, it's the result of the system trying to go into a reverse gear, even though there isn't one. And when prices come down under that scenario, they don't come down a little bit, they crash, they collapse, right? And that's when you get housing prices going down 30 or 40%. You get the stock market going down 30 or 40%. You get the price of used cars going down 30 or 40% because nobody can afford them, or new cars going down because nobody can afford them. And unfortunately, what that leads to is a financial crisis, because as you noted, and as we've discussed before, the design of the system is one that must grow. The system design itself must grow. And the reason it must grow, without going into too long of detail here, is because we have a debt-based monetary system where money's loaned into existence, and that new money that is loaned into existence has interest attached to it. So If you had all the money in the world, but you also had to accept all the debt in the world, you'd be broke. Because you can never pay off all the debt. You can only try to outrun it, and eventually it will get you. And so how do we address the pricing issue? And unfortunately, it's going to be very difficult to get prices to come down without creating a bad recession or probably higher unemployment, right? Now, I think in some ways that's what the Fed was trying to do when they were taking rates from 0 to 5.5%. They were trying to slow the economy down. They were trying to, get prices to come down. Even on a couple of occasions, Powell said we will probably have higher unemployment, so people will lose their jobs. But when you think about that, that's how. If people are losing their jobs, if unemployment's rising, if corporate profitability is falling, and interest rates are higher, so it costs more to service debt, then there's going to be less money sloshing around, and when there's less money sloshing around, then prices will come down. So it's interesting that many people want to have lower prices, but I don't know anybody that wants to lose their job, right? So it's really, really difficult. And so my guess, this isn't a guess, I mean, he's pretty much said this, is that Trump wants to bring good jobs back to the United States. So rather than solving it on a price decrease basis, he's going to try to solve it on a wage increase basis, right? And so I think he's going to try to bring wages higher. He's going to try to bring good jobs back to the United States. The problem is that trying to address the cost of living problem from an earnings perspective is that the policies that will make earnings go up probably also make prices go up. Right? Now, maybe you can do it in a way that prices don't skyrocket, but the idea that you're going to get earnings up and prices down is pretty small.
Yeah.
Right? Very, very unlikely. So I think he's going to focus on getting jobs back.
Yeah, I want to pull a chart up here because, I completely agree with what you're saying. Wages have to increase in order. I mean, I see it every day with trying to sell people their first home. I mean, it's crazy. And but if we look at this chart here, this is basically median salaries in the U.S. from 2017 to 2019. Median wages grew about 12.5%, and over a 2-year period. So there was a slight drop from in wage growth. Actually went down a little bit from 2019 to 2020, and then we had the pandemic boom. So if we expand this view to the maximum view here, we have the pandemic, we'll call the pandemic boom. And from 2020 to 2023, wages grew about 18% in that period. And, clearly during that pandemic boom period, median salary growth grew faster in a shorter period of time than any other period in history since 1974. And I guess the biggest, kind of question that I have here is, do you think that we are coming head to head with AI, another round of automation? There are some that believe that we'll see 50% of jobs cut in the next 10 years because robots will be doing and AI will be doing what human beings are doing now. I mean, do you see a possibility to where we can get wage growth up, or do you think, or are you concerned that businesses at this point are saying, I'm looking for a way to get rid of people, not bring more, or yet still more?
Well, I think in some ways, creating new jobs is going to be bringing jobs that currently aren't here back to the United States. And so,
but won't that take a lot of time?
Well, it's not going to happen right away, right? And that's the thing is, Trump can start this, but the reality is, and this is why I say that the first part of 2025 or maybe even all of 2025, I think is probably going to be a bit difficult because it's not going to happen right away. And
Saat situasi under pressure datang, tetap tenang dengan badan Stay Fresh. Baru, Gulf Deodorant dengan Smart Sync Technology. Lawan lebih dari 500 molekul penyebab bau badan. Stay fresh selama 72 jam. Gulf Deodorant, stay fresh under pressure.
And again, looking at that chart, it's a good thing that wages have gone up, because if wages hadn't gone up at that rate, then the inflation would have been even more painful than it was, right? I mean, and I'm not saying it wasn't painful. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there listening to saying, well, my wages didn't go up 18% or whatever the number is. I don't know who got that raise, but it wasn't me. And so, this is why I say that Trump has to go really fast and do as much as possible in as little time as possible, because there is going to be pain. And if he slows down or stops, everybody's going to point out the pain of the current moment. And that's when he's going to get stuck defending his policies. He doesn't really have time to defend his policies. He's just got to go and not look back. So it's not going to be addressed in 2025. It might not even be addressed in 2026. But I think the hope is that, a year or two down the road, we start to see some alleviation of that of prices increasing faster than wages. The other thing I would say is, I don't know if you had planned to talk about this or not, but maybe this is a good time to mention it, is that I think there's a general view, and maybe this is just in my world, so maybe this isn't in the mainstream, but I know that many that see things differently than Trump sees them will say, well, Trump's not going to cure inflation because he's going to put these tariffs in. The only thing that's going to happen is it's going to boomerang back, prices are going to rise, and it's going to crush the U.S. citizen. So all these ideas that he's going to crush inflation and also bring back jobs is just crazy. So there is some truth to that. And, again, there will be blowback. But I think way too often people just automatically assume every tariff is bad and automatically assume that it can't possibly work. And then you will often hear people refer to the last time the U.S. put a big trade policy like this in was 1930s, Smoot-Hawley, and what did we have? The Great Depression. Okay, so I think I don't think you can look at all tariffs as equal. And I think there's a way to put them on that doesn't necessarily crush everything right away. And I'm probably not going to have time to get into this third point that I'll make, but I'll just make the point, and we can come back to it if you want, is that even if the tariffs do lead to really big problems in the United States, they will create even bigger problems outside the United States. The idea that they're going to raise tariffs and it will only hurt the United States, but China will be fine and Russia will be fine and Brazil will be fine, and that's a pipe dream. Anybody who tells you that, just run the other way and stay away from them, because you're going to get bad advice.
Yeah.
But coming back to the tariffs, the other thing is Trump's tariff policies will likely lead to the dollar getting stronger, not weaker. That's part of the reason you've seen the dollar rise so much post his election, because his policies will lead to fewer circulating dollars in the world. And as we talked the last time on this episode, like it or not, the entire world needs dollars, not just the United States. The whole world needs dollars. So if fewer dollars are circulating as a result of tariffs, that's going to lead to pressure of supply. Supply won't be as great as it is now. Price will rise. And so if our currency rises versus other foreign currencies, and we're importing those foreign currencies, even if there's a tariff on them and the prices rise, if our purchasing power versus those foreign goods has risen, perhaps it's not a big a boomerang as it otherwise would be. Now, if our currency was collapsing and we were putting on tariffs and the imports were coming in were from a stronger currency to the dollar, and then there was a tariff put on top of them, then yeah, then the economy and the citizens really getting hit. But if you can increase wages, have a stronger currency, and set it up in a way that those tariffs don't necessarily hit right away, and it doesn't totally stop them from coming in, then you can see some positive effects. The other thing is that part of the way to get jobs back here and part of the way to get earnings going higher is to have the foreigners who are building things in their own countries and shipping them here, build them here in the United States. And that's part of Trump's plan. If somebody is going to sell tires into the United States and they're getting ready to build a new factory in Korea or Taiwan or the Philippines or wherever it is, and they can build it in Arizona or Ohio or New Mexico or wherever it is, and therefore not pay the tariff and save 25 or 30%, then there will be companies that build plants in America as a result of these tariffs. And it's already happening. So if anybody's out there saying, no, they'll never come to the United States, they'll never build, well, they already are. So, you're wrong. And now, will it happen to the extent that Trump is saying it will? I don't know. We'll have to see. But my point that I would make is that for anybody who just automatically says tariffs are bad, I think you need to step back and be a little bit more objective. And then the other thing I'd say is the U.S. already deals with tariffs on a daily basis. It's just that typically it's other countries that are putting them on rather than the United States. And part of the policies that led to this inequality gap that we're discussing is the fact that over the last 30 or 40 years, the U.S. has outsourced all its manufacturing to countries who do use tariffs and haven't put any on of our own. So if you want to, and that then led to jobs leaving, prices rising, right? Wages not rising at the same, right? And so if you're going to address those problems, you have to address them by doing the opposite of what has been done for 20 or 30 years. So you need to decide, do you want to address the problems and change things, or do you want to keep it the way it was? Now, pretty clear to me, Trump won because he doesn't want to keep things the way that they were. So for him to come in now and not change things would be, to abandon his mandate. And I think the people who are the loudest ones saying tariffs won't work are the ones who wanted to leave things the way they were and who didn't get elected, quite honestly. So, again, this won't be easy, Todd, but I think it has the possibility of working better than people expect.
What do you think about the Federal Reserve? Would this be something? So in order to keep the dollar strong, would that mean that the Fed would have to do more quantitative tightening and, not printing more money or what about interest rates? Like, wouldn't the Federal Reserve need to kind of work in tandem with Trump and with them not, Powell says they're not controlled by politicians. Can they make this more difficult?
Well, they can certainly make it more difficult. Having said that, central bankers are controlled by politicians.
Okay.
Anybody who thinks that central banks are independent, even the Fed, that's what they teach you in business school. It's not the real world. Now, do they have a great autonomy? And can they do things without the approval of the Congress? Absolutely. But if they do too many things that the Congress doesn't like, that chairman's going to be gone very quickly. And even if the law doesn't allow for that, the law will get changed. So again, countries will do what they need to do, to get through any situation that they need to get through. So that's number one. Number two, I don't necessarily think they need to raise rates to keep the dollar strong. The dollar is already very strong versus its peers. And rates still being at 4.5% or 5% is still much higher than much of the rest of the world. And much of the rest of the world has the same problems that we do. And much of the rest of the world has already started cutting rates as well. And that's why the fact that, Trump's trade policies are keeping the dollar strong. But the other reason the dollar is strong is that the other currencies are falling because those countries are cutting rates, some of them aggressively, and are probably going to have to go back to QE, right? So that's number one. Number two, I think Trump wants a strong dollar, but I don't think he wants a rapidly rising dollar. A rapidly rising dollar causes lots of problems for the entire system. Now, he might not, here's the thing. The dollar going strong right now is putting incredible pressure on the rest of the world, which makes it easier, or will make it easier for Trump to negotiate. Because if you're in an okay situation and the other guy is in an increasingly desperate situation, you have negotiating power, right? So I don't think Trump minds a strong dollar. I don't think he minds a rising dollar on a short-term basis. I don't think he wants a rising dollar consistently, because that just crushes the whole world and deals don't get done and all kind of bad things happen then. But let's say that he wants a weaker dollar. Let's say he wants a weaker dollar in order to, stimulate growth or whatever his policies are. The problem with that is that's going to be counter to his inflation fighting mandates. But also, even if they do start cutting rates and the dollar falls, it would have to mean that the Fed is cutting more aggressively than the rest of the world, which I think is possible but unlikely. But the tariffs, in many ways, a tariff is almost like a rate hike. So they could cut 1%, but if he's putting 10% tariffs on China and 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and I don't know, whatever he puts on Brazil and India and Russia, that decreases the circulation of dollars. So it has the ability in many ways to offset the rate cuts. And that's why I say that, it's going to be, some of Trump's policies are counterintuitive and counterproductive to each other. But there will be problems in the global economy. And when problems happen in the global economy, dollar typically rises. Now, I'm the first to say that perhaps the Fed comes in and cuts aggressively, and the dollar index goes from, I think it's at 107 today. Maybe it goes back to 102. Maybe it goes to 98. Maybe it goes to 95. I don't know. But if that happens, that's central bankers and monetary authorities and Trump, and that's them remaining in control. That's them having, their finger on the mechanism and it going the way they want. The dollar going higher very quickly, that's people losing control. That's the Fed, no longer having control of the currency. And so the dollar going lower, credit expanding, stock markets rising, that's the continuation of the status quo. It's when the dollar goes higher that bad things happen. Now, the last thing I'm going to say, and I want to say before I forget, but it goes back to your question about QE. The Fed is not going to go do QE unless they want the dollar weaker. Now, the reason they would want the dollar weaker is that it's too strong. So in other words, if there's too much demand for the dollar and it's going up, then the Fed will go in and create supply. But it's the Fed reacting to, in other words, the dollar is the cause and QE is the effect. In other words, I think there's a lot of people who say the Fed will do QE and the dollar will fall. Well, it's actually the other way around. The dollar's too strong, so the Fed has to do QE to weaken it. Does that make sense?
It does.
But if they're fighting inflation and they're trying to slow the economy, it's hard to see them cutting aggressively unless it's part of some wider negotiated deal with other countries and other monetary authorities. And I don't rule that out. That's possible. I think we kind of got to wait and see if that happens. But, in many, many ways, the struggles that the U.S. has, the challenges that the U.S. has, they still sit atop the pyramid of monetary hegemony, military hegemony, economic hegemony, political hegemony for the whole world. And so while Trump has many challenges ahead of him, and it's not going to be easy, for a deal maker like Trump, he has a lot of tools at his disposal that I think a lot of people are unfamiliar with. And part of the reason they're unfamiliar with them is because the U.S. hasn't used them for decades. But just because they haven't used them doesn't mean they don't have them.
Well, Trump put Jay Powell in his position, so we'll see whether whether they continue to work well together or whether Trump finds a problem with that.
Right.
That'll be determined. Talk about the bond market for a minute, because that affects my business significantly, especially the 10-year bond. What do you expect for that? And, how will that affect mortgage rates over the next 12 months?
Well, so this is going to go back a little bit to the beginning when we started talking, and that in general, all things equal, and it's funny that I say all things equal because I typically hate it when people say all things equal, because you're never in a situation where all things are equal. Things are always changing. Having said that, my base case is that rates stay at this level or go higher, because I think
mortgage rates. Mortgage rates, or you're talking about the Fed rate?
The 10-year rate.
Okay, 10-year.
I think 10-year.
That's what I asked, right?
I don't necessarily think the Fed is going to cut. I don't expect them to raise, and maybe they'll cut a little bit, but I don't expect them to cut at the same rate that many people think they're expecting them to cut. I don't think they're going to cut in December. They might, but I actually think that they won't. But we're still going to have this big budget, even if Vivek and Elon come up with some plan to cut government spending. The government is still going to spend a heck of a lot of money. They may cut some certain departments, but my guess is that money ends up getting spent somewhere else. And so the government is going to have to issue or is going to issue a lot of bonds. So there'll be a lot of supply. And as supply comes in, then I think rates go higher. And I think here's the thing is, part of the reason that rates are high in the U.S. is that they can be high in the U.S. The U.S. can afford to pay higher rates because the U.S. can print the currency it needs to service them. Now, I know a lot of people think that we're in desperate times and we're going to have this. The whole world is going to stop buying treasuries, and the U.S. is not going to be able to fund its government. I am not in that camp at all. Now, the U.S. may have to offer higher rates in order to keep getting them, but they will fund. Other entities will still fund the government, and if they don't, then the U.S. has ways of making them fund the government. So in other words, there won't be a situation where the U.S. cannot get financing, but Germany can get financing, and China can get financing. Again, it goes back to a relative game. If the U.S. can't get financing, then nobody can get financing.
Yeah. You think this is why we're seeing mortgage rates trending higher right now?
I do. Yeah.
So you think that will continue?
You know this area better than I do, but in my world, almost the whole world is priced off the 10-year bond, right? And so if 10-year rates go up, I think it'd be pretty rare to see the 10-year rate going up and mortgage rates crashing. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think that would be unlikely. Now, here's what I would say, though. So in general, I think rates tend to go higher unless they crash. In other words, I don't think that they slowly tick down and go lower. I think they stay here or go higher unless there's some kind of a crisis, in which case leads to people rushing to treasuries as a safe haven, and the yield goes from 4.5% to 2.5% over a couple weeks or something like that.
Yeah.
Let me respawn in Rome, please. Yes! A sneaky thief wiped me out overnight. Looks like I'll have to start all over again. Let's see. Cabbage and chicken are selling well in the market. I'll grow cabbage.
Yeah, that would take a major event for that to happen, is what you're saying. I want to
Correct.
pull up this mortgage rate chart here on cnet.com and kind of get your opinion on this. It looks like you've got Fannie Mae, National Association of Realtors, Wells Fargo, and the Mortgage Bankers Association have put out their predictions for the remaining of this year and then going through the quarters of 25. And it looks as if all of them in Q2 are showing mortgage rates under 6%. As we get into Q5, I think we're seeing where that continues to trend down. Do you think these predictions are wrong based on what you're saying with the bond market and the 30-year fixed rate sort of following that 10-year?
Well, if they had these rates dramatically lower than they are now, I would say it's wrong. Again, unless there's some kind of a crisis or a crash. And in general, I think they're wrong, but perhaps not dramatically. Again, I don't necessarily think 10-year rates are going to 8 or 9%. I just don't think that they're going to come down in an easy and measured way. And my guess would be that unless we have some kind of a crisis in the first 6 to 9 months of 2025, I expect yields to go higher into the first part of 2025.
Yeah, that would blow these projections, away. And look, this is sort of what we're dealing with in our world because the housing market is basically stalled. Homes have appreciated nationwide 80 to 100% in just 5 years. And what we're seeing now is with these rates hovering somewhere around 7% right now, you can get in the sixes, but for the most part, conventional mortgages are 7%. Do you think, I mean, I know we've talked about this before. We've had some, differences of opinion on, where things, at least in the housing market, are headed. I mean, looking at everything now, do you believe that we're in a housing bubble?
I guess I don't think so, right? I there's still great demand for housing, right? And in many places, inventory is still low. Now, I do agree that prices are very high. And so is it a bubble? Sometimes I think of a bubble as when prices are really high, but there's no demand at all, right? And so there is great demand, but prices are very high. So I think it's very possible we see a downtick in prices. But I do not see housing being the cause of a crisis the way 2028 was. Or sorry, 2008, yes. Yeah. I would be more willing to put commercial real estate into the cause of a crisis as opposed to residential real estate. I mean, the reality is that, I saw this, I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I saw a figure that it surprised me, and it showed how many homes in America are actually paid off and fully owned. And it was a number that was higher than I remembered. And it also showed the amount of equity that's sitting in houses. And it was higher than I would have thought. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not people underwater, but they're, coming out of 2020, a lot of housing was bought, maybe not with conventional mortgages. Maybe they sold crypto stuff and they bought it, or maybe they sold some stock portfolios and bought it. Maybe they borrowed against their stock holdings and bought it. But I feel like even if prices could come down 20%, that would probably be a good thing for the average American, and it wouldn't necessarily cause a crisis for the people that already own them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm explaining this right.
No. I think there's a lot of what you're saying we've found to be so. I think we have seen a lot of cash purchases, especially over really since March of 22 when interest rates started going up, and we started seeing parents financing the homes for their kids if they had the cash to do so. I think what we are seeing, though, on a pretty large scale, a nationwide scale, is we are seeing inventory getting back to pre-pandemic levels, and in a time when it's very odd to see that, you know, when you're looking at just coming up on the holiday season, and we're looking at inventory levels that are, you know, going back 5-6 years, highs of 5-6 years ago. And we are starting to see now where it's the combination of everything together. I think at one point, you know, when 22 happened, I was saying, you know, look, we would probably see some kind of a median price adjustment of 10 to 15%. We've seen that. We've seen that happen, and we are seeing larger discounts happening. But you're right. When you're looking at 50 to 80% price hikes over the last 5 years, it seems kind of insignificant. But what we are seeing now is that the sellers need to do a lot more to sell their house, where, you know, in that time of exuberance, people were buying it as is, broken things didn't matter, you know, the functional obsolescence didn't matter. They just wanted the house, and that would be the only way that they would get it. So now we're starting to see where sellers are actually dipping in their pockets $20,000, $30,000 in repairs and replacements and putting new roofs on and things. So it'd be interesting.
My mother-in-law in Cal, and like she was in Silicon Valley, and, you know, very hot market, and, you know, houses go up and they're bought with cash 2 days later for X amount over, you know, asking, and she was able to sell hers very quickly and for a very good price, but she had to make some improvements, right? Yeah. And, you know, and it was worth it, but it was necessary.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the dollar a little bit more. I want to kind of dive back into that. You know, Trump's talking about decreasing, you know, with Doge, the national debt, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse within the government. I think a lot of people think there's a lot of that. Will this be enough, you know, in itself to prevent printing more dollars? I mean, do you think that there's enough money to save with Doge?
Well, I think the first thing I'll say is the national debt's never going to go down. They are not going to pay off the debt. They're not going to pay down the debt, let alone pay it off. It's just not going to happen. So anybody who thinks it is crazy. And the other thing is, I know this is going to I already know how this is going to sound, and I don't want to sound like I'm out of touch and don't understand. But a government is different than an individual, because a government, until a revolution comes along, is a perpetual entity, right? So there is no, as long as they can roll the debt, it can continue to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. And someday, will there be a horrible consequence? Probably, right? But they're never going to pay it off. It will just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so, can the rate of growth slow? I think the answer is yes. Will the rate of growth slow? I think that's a very big wild card. But can they cut the budget, or can they cut waste out of the budget? They can absolutely cut waste out of the budget. My guess is that the budget deficit will not fall. It's just that money will now be spent somewhere else that Trump thinks is more efficient or less wasteful. But I do think waste will be cut. I don't think there's any. But here's the thing: you have to remember. Then this goes back to why I think 2025 can be pretty tough, is because government spending is a big part of GDP. If the government doesn't spend as much, then those companies that receive those payments aren't going to receive as big of payments, and the people that work for those companies aren't going to get raises, and they're not, you know, they're probably, and many of them might get fired, right? And so cutting spending is, all else equal, is cutting GDP, right? And so I think the Doge.
Hey, did you know that Telegram is a huge traffic source?
Yes, I did. and I will tell you about it right away.
What is Telegram?
First, Telegram is a messenger, but it also features channels, group chats, and bots. So people don't only speak to each other in Telegram, besides they scroll various channels too. Find jobs, read news, laugh at memes, read personal posts, network in group chats, complete quick tasks like deleting watermarks via bots, and many more. Why not show them your ads? Channels, chats, and bots are perfect placements.
How to advertise on Telegram?
So, suppose you have an offer. How do you promote it among Telegram users? You basically have two ways. I know, you begin to lose concentration. I'll help you, no problem. Hope it's better now. So, you have two options of how to promote your offers in Telegram. Option 1. Create your own Telegram channel and show ads to your subscribers. For this, you'll need to choose a popular topic or a topic that relates to your ads. Promote the channel, post your ads in other channels, use paid Telegram ads, or share your channel link in group chats. But be careful with the last one. Not all the chats owners will be okay with that. Once your channel is popular enough, it becomes a perfect ad placement. You can create ad posts for CPA offers or direct affiliate properties. Option 2. Promote offers on other people's channels. Yes, someone has already invested much effort into their channels. Of course, they're ready to sell ad placements. For this, you'll need to choose a channel on the right topic. No use in promoting an iGaming offer in mom's chat, right? Speak to the channel's owner about ad placement terms and prices. And enjoy the traffic flow.
How can you get even more from Telegram users?
So, suppose Telegram brought you a fresh organic audience. How can you make the most out of these users? Let me show you this bundle. Telegram users plus Propeller Ads audiences. Just look. You promote the landing page via Telegram. Then you add a special retargeting pixel to this page beforehand. This landing page collects views from Telegram users. With the Propeller Ads audience feature, you can create your own custom audience from these Telegram users. When these users visit websites from our feed, you can re-engage them with your offer or send them similar ads. They will be already warmed up and ready to convert. I guess there are still some questions left. For example, if I were you, I'd ask, what's wrong with Telegram official ads for affiliate marketers? How to find the best channels to place my ads? Any life hacks for promoting my own channels? All of this and some more is waiting for you on our blog. Check the link in the description. And if you subscribe and hit the bell, you'll never miss the new marketing ideas and trends. And finally, if you join Propeller Ads, you'll get 24/7 access to high-quality traffic and the best media buying community that's already waiting for you. See you.
I think the Doge committee is extremely important for a couple of reasons. One, because I think the people want it. And it goes back to the thing we said at the very beginning, is you have to change the mood of the people. And so I think one of the ways that Trump did that was this Doge committee, right? We're going to bring accountability back to the government who's been screwing you over for all these years. And that's why I think they need to have it now, and they need to do some cuts that are big and flashy to show that we're doing something. Now, like all politicians, Trump is probably going to be doing a little bit of sleight of hand, right? He may be cutting a big department here, but I'm sure certain governments or certain companies that have government contracts, Tesla, I don't think their contracts are going to get cut, right? Or SpaceX, I don't think his contracts are going to get cut. And perhaps rightly so, right? If he can put more rockets into space at a cheaper and more efficient rate than NASA, then why not? But I don't think Trump wants a recession. I think he wants a great economy. I don't think he wants increasing unemployment. So for him to just cut the budget 25% and deal with the ramifications without also spending that money somewhere else or doing something else, I think is highly unlikely. Even though he may want to do it, I think the circumstances probably prevent him from doing it. But I think he can direct it in a more efficient manner.
Let's touch on cryptocurrency because I know Trump has, he talked about this in his campaign. He spoke at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville. I want to bring your memory back. And you know, one of the, and I encourage people to, all of Brent's links are in the show notes to check him out. Follow him on YouTube. And it's amazing because one of the ways, and they're going to do this to me in a couple of years on, you know, me talking about the housing market the way I have. We'll see whether I'm right or wrong, or, you know, or anything that we say, right, when we're documenting.
Right.
But you went on video. I want to pull this up and I want to play a quick clip 2 years ago. And Brent, this is why I like listening to you talk, because you bring a very, you know, pragmatic and but profound approach to the topic of the economy and the dollar and things like that, where a lot of other people they will talk about whether it's gold or crypto or whatever. You look at everything, and you have this insight with you that is just, it's very interesting to go back and watch and then talk to you today. But I want to pull up this clip here. Blockworks Digital Asset Summit. You were part of a panel, you probably remember. So we want to give them credit because if you go to Blockworks Macro's YouTube channel, which I had the link below, you'll see it as well. And this is as it was, you were talking about, you were a follow-up on talking about the impact, the potential impact of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like right now, they can coexist. It's an asset. It's a, you know, a store value, however, a reserve, however you want to describe it. But if Bitcoin does what many people in this room think it's going to do, and it continues to, you know, grow its adoption and rise in value, it will inevitably come into conflict with the global reserve currency or with the dollar, and it is inherently political. If you read the white paper, the title has the word cash in it, and in the second paragraph it says money system, and the government doesn't like competition.
So I guess you remember that.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So can you kind of 2 years later now, Trump just spoke at the Bitcoin conference, and so did RFK and a lot of people, right? What do you think is unfolding here with whether it's crypto or Bitcoin? What are you expecting? What kind of disruption here? Are you seeing this play out the way that you had envisioned 2 years ago?
Well, the first thing I'll say is that Bitcoin is up 5x since that interview. So I think Bitcoin was around 20 or 25,000 when that interview took place, and now it's pretty close to 100,000. So, and what I've always said, or at least for as long as I can remember, is that Bitcoin is the purest play on global liquidity that I can think of. And so I see and remember, I think that video is from September of 2022, August or September of 2022.
Yes.
And if you remember, that is the point at which interest rates had been hiked aggressively for all of 2022. Up to that point, the dollar had risen precipitously. Stocks were down 20 or 30% or whatever they were. Bitcoin had gone down, I think 50 or 60% so far that year. And subsequent to that, though, the Fed stopped hiking. They started talking about cutting. And since then, they've actually done some cutting. And countries around the world have stopped cutting and started providing stimulus. And you've seen Bitcoin react to that global liquidity, or at least react to the liquidity disappearing and reacted to the new liquidity coming back on by going up 5 times or 4 or 5 times. And so the point that I've tried to make with Bitcoin is I think it's a very innovative asset. Can it be seen as a store of value? I suppose it can be seen as a store of value. I'm not against Bitcoin, and I actually really like it from a conceptual standpoint. Where I have a problem is those who say it's going to replace the US dollar or it's going to become the global reserve currency. Just because something goes up in value doesn't mean that it's going to be the new global reserve currency. Doesn't mean that it can't be a part of your portfolio. And I've said before, if Bitcoin could go to $1 million, I don't know how high it can go. But the idea that countries are going to adopt it and use it as their base currency, I think is to misunderstand money in the first place. And what I mean by that is I think this is a little bit of a derivative of living in the time that we live. We probably, even though you could probably argue that over the last 10 or 20 years, our liberties have started to be taken away. In general, we live at a time of world history where liberty has never been greater, right? We are offered more freedoms than many times we have in the past. Economic freedom, political freedom, freedom of speech. Now, again, I understand that those are kind of, maybe the pendulum is starting to swing back the other way, but you go back throughout history and, it was a much less free world. But regardless of where you go throughout history, money has always been used by a government as a tool to get their own revenue, but to also control their populations. And the idea that a country is going to willingly give away control over or hand away their biggest tool that they have and just let the free market take care of everything, I think is disproven by history itself. Now, people will say that we had periods where we were on a gold standard. Well, yes, we did have periods where we were on a gold standard, but when we were on those periods, typically the government set the price. It typically wasn't a market determined price. And when that happened, the government controlled the supply. And over time, all of those gold standards ended up breaking, or the governments ended up leaving those gold standards because they didn't like the control of the free market having more control than they do, right? They didn't like to have their government spending curtailed. They didn't like being subservient to an inanimate object. And so the point I was getting at on that video, it doesn't mean that governments can't allow it. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to ban it. It doesn't mean they can't own it and put it on the central bank's balance sheet. But they're not, in my opinion, they are not going to willingly let a free market chosen token be their currency of the realm. And if and when it ever gets to a point where that becomes a serious consideration, I think there will be an epic battle. And I don't think it's a given that the government loses that battle. And so, again, you kind of have to understand the nature of money and you have to look at it from the government's point of view. Stop looking at it from an individual's point of view. Very rarely in history do individuals get to choose how things are. It's usually dictated to us from above. Now, we're coming up on 250 years of perhaps the greatest political experiment in history of letting individuals self-govern themselves. Again, I'm not sure people realize how unique that is. It's extremely unique, and it's so unique that it's actually, again, the pendulum is starting to swing the other way, and in many ways, I think we're becoming less free rather than more free. But that 250 years of self-governance, I think, influenced the way that many of us, specifically Americans, and even many in the West, think today. I think they think about money differently today than they did 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 1,000 years ago. And cycles repeat throughout history. And I'm not convinced that the future involves a free market chosen money.
What would a battle look like? I mean, would they just pull the plug? Would it all of a sudden there be a glitch in the system and, the internet goes down? I mean, what would be the battle?
So I'm not predicting that they're going to do this. I'm just saying I think there's many things they could do. Number one, they could say, yeah, you can own it, but you can't pay for other goods and services with it. You can keep it, but all new transactions are taxed at 85%, right? Capital gain windfall profits tax is 75%, and it's retroactive 10 years. Now, I know people are saying, well, that's just dramatic. That's theft. Well, yeah, of course. That government steal. Congratulations. Welcome to the real world. That's what governments do, right? And so again, this isn't a prediction. I'm just saying, or they could say, the crypto can no longer interface with traditional financial companies that are regulated by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, the Federal Reserve, and the Treasury Department. And so whether they do this, I don't know. I'm just saying there's many tools that they could use to do this.
Well, what you're saying makes sense. I mean, right. I mean, you control the money, you're in control, you remain in control. And, I think you're 100% right. I want to talk about Trump was just there was a Bloomberg.com article. It says Trump is pledged to make the U.S. the global home for crypto by fostering supportive regulations as well as a national Bitcoin stockpile. I mean, when I read this, the first thing, or even when hearing Trump talking about it at the Bitcoin conference, it makes it very hard for me, just like you explained. Why would anyone be endorsing one currency? And that would be crazy in itself. But do you think that we will have some type of crypto that will CBDC? Do you think that will really exist here?
Well, so this kind of gets it back to what we were talking about before. Is before the U.S. would adopt a Bitcoin as its currency, I think they would launch their own. And again, the government does not like competition. So if and when they launch their own CBDC, the idea that they're going to allow Bitcoin or Tether or something else to freely participate versus it, I think is a bit naive. Now, do I know for sure that they're not going to? No, I don't. Maybe they will, but the people, again, I don't really have a problem with Bitcoin until people tell me that it can't possibly lose and there's nothing the government can do to stop it. That's where I take issue with it, right? I think the future is digital. I think we will have digital currencies. In many ways, the dollar is already digital, where we send ones and zeros across phone lines and internet cables all the time. There's not that actual much physical currency in the world anymore. So the delivery method and the way you track it and the ledger that it gets posted to is a bit different. And I think there's a lot of innovative technology that's come out of the crypto adoption over the last 10 or 15 years. And I expect the government to adopt some of that. I just don't expect the government to adopt a Bitcoin as its own, currency. The other thing I'd say is one of my biggest pet peeves in the world is hypocrisy. And I'm sure that somebody out there can dig up clips of mine where I've contradicted myself and I'm guilty of it. But I try not to be guilty of hypocrisy because it drives me crazy. And so I find it kind of funny that this anarcho-capitalist digital currency that the free market loves is all of a sudden embracing politicians endorsing it. This has always been, to get out of the system. This is the trade to exit the system. But now you want the president and his cabinet ministers to adopt it as their own. I would think you would want them to be as far away from it as possible. And so, I get a little bit of entertainment out of that aspect of it. At the end of the day, I think there's a lot of well-intentioned people in the digital asset space. I think there's a lot of charlatans in the digital asset space. But the one thing that I think that is proven is that whether they're the well-intentioned ones or the charlatans, everybody wants the price of their asset to go up, and everybody thinks that government is a horrible actor until they start buying the asset that they own. And then it's a really smart decision. In other words, politicians are stupid about everything except when it comes to buying the asset that I already own. Then they're geniuses.
I just think about what it would be like to have a currency that fluctuates in value from day to day. I mean, I don't think about the dollar going up or down. I mean, if I have money in my pocket and I go out and I want to buy something, I go and I buy it. I don't think, well, if I buy it tomorrow, I may be thinking about a sale if a store is going to have a Black Friday sale, but I'm not thinking about, well, gee, should I buy that TV or these groceries today or tomorrow? You know, is my money going to be worth more tomorrow? Is it a bad day to buy? Oh man, I shouldn't have bought. I should have waited because now the value has gone up so much in 24 hours. I just think it's our ideals. I mean, I think things are getting weird. Brent, I want to kind of wind up here with China. Your thoughts on China? You know, I watch a lot of, let's just say I watch a lot of YouTube. You know, whether that's good or bad or indifferent. But a lot of people are people that have, you know, been either working for an agency or have been in the military, have been talking about recently China. And, you know, it's wanting to be a superpower, obviously, and that there's this date of 2030. I know you're following these financial markets or the global financial markets very closely. What can you share, or what are your opinions on, you know, this 2030 agenda and, you know, China becoming this superior global superpower, wanting to beat out or challenge the U.S. in a lot of ways? We see some conflict potentials, some, you know, with it's all over the news right now, the geopolitical issues and the tensions that are mounting. Thoughts on this? Well, I'm going to say this name wrong, so forgive me. But there was a book written 2 or 3 years ago. I think it was called The Thucydides Trap, which is basically about, you know, two global powers in the world. Do they inevitably have to go to war, or is there a way to peacefully coexist? And I would like to say that there is a way to peacefully coexist, and I think it's possible that from time to time you can peacefully coexist, but if you give it enough runway, they will eventually come into great conflict. And I, unfortunately, and here's the thing, I know I probably come across as like this really negative Debbie Downer, but I'm actually not. I'm actually a pretty happy guy. I like to think of myself as an optimist, even though I have some very cynical views. But I as a student of history, it tells me that, I've referenced this pendulum swinging, right? And I think, when I grew up in the 80s and 90s, that was probably the ultimate expression of globalization and, the golden age of travel. You could pretty much go anywhere in the world. Everybody was, for the most part, getting along. But I think those days are behind us, and I think we are swinging the other way now. I think we're becoming a more fractured world. I think China, in many ways, has many problems that the rest of the world doesn't quite understand, both externally and internally. And I think they're struggling with many of those things right now. And part of the thing that has led to the incredible growth in China is that they kind of made this grand bargain with their citizens that said, you are going to have to work incredibly hard, but it's all going to be worth it because, it's almost their manifest destiny to become the next global hegemon. And, we're going to take many of you from the agrarian agricultural world and we're going to bring you into our mega cities, and you're going to build our roads and our factories and our banks and our, water systems. And we're going to build highways, and we're going to build high-speed rail. And you're going to work 20 hours during the day. But some of you are going to get fantastically rich in the and China is going to be the global leader of the 21st century. And that's a very powerful dream. It's a very powerful motivator. It kind of goes back to what I said at the very beginning with Trump in the United States. You've got to get people to believe in something, right? And I think in many ways, the Chinese citizens have believed in that. And as long as as long as the China continues to expand and grow, and its place on the global stage continues to rise, then it continues. The problem is if anything ever happens to dent that dream, then they start to say, are all these sacrifices really worth it? And over the last 2 or 3 years, their stock market has crumbled, their real estate market has crashed. All the money that the people have saved and put into real estate is no longer going up at the rate it was, and in fact, it's going down. Their jobs aren't as plentiful. Their food costs have gone up. And so they have challenges internally, right?
And I think that if and when there comes some kind of a conflict with the United States and China doesn't handily defeat the United States, I think that causes them even more internal conflict. The same would be true of the United States. If the United States came into some conflict with China and China decisively beat the United States in that battle, that would be a very hard thing for the American psyche to handle, right? So, but the idea that it doesn't work in reverse, that's silly. Of course it works there too. And so I think I think the economic situation in China is fairly dire. And if you don't mind, I'm gonna do a shameless plug here. A friend of mine and I started a research service about 6 months ago. It's called Macro Alchemist. If you go to macroalchemist.com, you can download a number of the reports. We did a very big report on China and its real estate market. We did another, big report on carry trades and why when one fiat currency rises versus another fiat currency, it causes all kinds of problems. I think if you read those reports, you're going to understand why China is in the situation it's in. And I think as they increasingly come under economic pressure, they are going to increasingly use the strategy that all governments have used throughout history to explain why they're having trouble internally. And that is they're going to blame the mean foreigner, right? Listen, countries have used this forever. The United States has used this many times. When you get into trouble at home, what do? You start a conflict with somebody over there, right? And you blame all the problems on the person over there. Maybe you even start a war with the person over there. And hopefully that then pulls you out of the doldrums. It creates some animal spirits, and it tries to bring the country together, some kind of uniform activity. And so I think that's kind of where things are headed. I've called this a Game of Thrones before, and I think it's pretty accurate. I think we're at a point in history where all countries have gotten themselves into trouble economically and from a debt perspective. And as a result, their economies are struggling. And as their economy's struggling, I think they're going to do increasingly hostile towards their enemies. And unfortunately, I think that leads to some conflicts. And so I think China falls right into that.
Interesting. Is that why you're in Puerto Rico?
That's part of the reason.
Now you can tell us. Well, Brent, I really appreciate your time and great information. And again, I encourage everybody to check out that. We didn't even talk about your dollar milkshake theory, but we've spoke about it before. And I think you're a very bright mind, and we need to keep listening to you. So thanks so much, and look forward to having you back again soon.
Thanks for having me on, and I hope you'll have a great end to the year.
Hey, thanks for making it to the end. What's up? Also, if you haven't subscribed to Sachs Realty's YouTube channel, consider doing so now. Hit that alert bell. You'll know every time we upload content just like this. Keep those comments and questions coming. I love reading them, and the engagement is amazing to the U.S. economy. See you next time. Sachs Realty, Maryland broker number 607720, office number 443-318-4514, equal housing opportunity.
The countdown is on.
Fed speak and economic data. Live from Studio 2 here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York, I'm Romaine Boston.
I'm Alex Steele. What am I going to say?
I don't know.
56.
56?
56 record highs on the S&P, 41 for the NASDAQ 100. And again, the narrative is it's driven by tech. The Mag 7 index.
No politics, no noise.
analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
and on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Available anytime, anywhere.
On any device for free.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader.
Every market day.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your Investor Checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Hello and welcome to Gamma On, where we're taking your trading to the second derivative, talking options in all their forms, and also how it overlaps with major themes like technicals, trading strategies, all kinds of stuff we're going to hit. But today's going to be a little bit more nitty gritty. We're going to get into the actual calculations of determining gamma levels. I'm joined again by Shane Skinner, manager on the institutional trading team at Charles Schwab. Shane, what's up?
Not much. It's exciting times in the market right now, and I think just further evidence that this is the type of stuff that we should be exploring and talking about and educating ourselves on. So,
all right, tell me what we're in store for today. What are we going to be talking about?
So I guess just summarizing previously, right? We ran over just the concept of gamma itself, delta, vega, theta, the first order Greeks, right? And then we sort of got into the nitty gritty about liquidity providers, various big players in the market who are there to take one side and provide fills for people on the other side, and sort of how those Greeks affect the way those liquidity providers have to manage their books, right? So we established that. Today, we're going to get into more so the concept of gamma exposure as a whole, sort of explain that. Then move into how do we calculate gamma exposure, both on a strike by strike basis, and then as a net as a whole. And then we're going to, again, remind throughout, why does this matter? How is this relevant? How is this possible?
Yeah.
And then give some visualizations and maybe even toss in a few ways to, look at that kind of stuff. And
we're going to also use some examples and specifics from moments in the market. Obviously, we're pre-recording this, so people are going to have to kind of understand that these events have passed by the time they've looked at it. But we're going to take some screen grabs of live market data, just as a kind of a way to show the process for actually defining these areas,
right,
and how you can actually do it on your own. A lot of this stuff is available publicly. You just have to know how to run through the numbers.
And using the Thinkorswim on-demand feature, you're able to go back and trade any historical day for the most part within our
cool.
set of data. So that's the best part about this is after we've established how you can calculate this stuff, you can go back to certain days in the market that we either didn't move or we moved a lot or just weird days, right? And
so we're going to be talking about those days, screenshotting them, but trust and verify.
Yeah, exactly. And you have the ability yourself to go back and look at this stuff and sort of simulate what you'd see on any given day.
Well, I think today will be good because a lot of people still, I think, consider these sort of theoretical concepts that are, kind of for the first time, viewer or listener or trader who's kind of exploring those second derivative concepts. They can feel a little bit kind of wishy-washy, like out there, but it's just numbers, and we're going to run the numbers. Last time we talked about some analogs for the whole theme of this discussion podcast, which is the power of market makers, the power of big options dealers, and those who are accumulating a lot of flow in the market, who are responsible for a lot of volumes in markets, how that kind of establishes guardrails, these kind of vortexes of liquidity that can create these fulcrums, these turning points. It's something that we talk about basically every day on the Schwab Network in our options block and at the opening bell. The guy who usually does that is Mr. Kevin Green. Shane Skinner, you also jump on with us to do the same. But for those who don't realize, it's a fixture of our coverage. That's why it's very appropriate to bring in the one and only Kevin Green, aka KG, senior markets correspondent on the network, and someone who I think was one of the earliest people that talked to me about this stuff. Kind of, I think it was back at like the first Schwab Impact. We were drinking margaritas, and I was like, "Holy cow, this guy is like super in the weeds." KG, thanks for being here on Gamma On.
Appreciate you having me. I think I was actually having a Budweiser. I'm a margarita guy, though.
Yeah, you might have had the Bud. I think I was probably on the marg after doing the shows from Impact all day. Hey, this is right up your alley, obviously. We talk about this stuff on air basically every day. You listened to our first episode. I wanted you to kind of start us with your input on the big picture, why we're talking about this stuff right now, sort of how and why it's become popularized, and also any feedback on what we've discussed so far.
Well, when we talk about gamma exposure, I think it's really key to note that it's a theoretical value regarding the potential risk or exposure for an options delta, either to the upside or downside. And this is actually very important when you are a market maker or a dealer that's transacting in a fair amount of options positions in a given day. So what we try to look at is the confluence of positioning, basically large blocks of orders and or a large amount of open interest at a certain level that could lead a market maker to be exposed either to the upside or downside, and may cause them to react if the price of the equity or the index gets close to their strike price. So that's really why it is key. And then what we look for is open interest that is very large. And we try to net out the positive gamma, which is basically kind of focusing on the call side, and then the negative gamma, which is really focusing on the put side at that particular strike. And when we net those out, those large net numbers, if you're looking at positive or negative, could be areas of resistance or support, similar to how we kind of look at RSI or CCI from a technical analysis standpoint. So it's not going to really tell you the direction of the market, but it could give you an opportunity to identify areas of support or resistance in a market where we might have traders really trying to buy up in an area of support or try to sell the market at an area of resistance. But we always have to just kind of keep in mind, this is all theoretical, and we're making the assumption that all calls in the market are being sold by retail traders and institutions, making those dealers long those calls, and all puts are being bought by retail traders or institutions, making those dealers short those puts. And so if you're short a put, if you're a market maker, your exposure is to the downside. And if you are long a call for a market maker, your exposure is actually going to be to the downside as well. So we could have compressed markets, we could have expanding type of markets, and that's really what we're trying to find, that confluence between open interest or a particular strike price, and then trying to mirror that or match that with a certain level on a chart, whether it's a support area or resistance level.
I think that's where there's a lot of the technical overlap too, where it's like there are certain indicators that like super sophisticated technicians use, and there's like spectrum of like how popularly known things are, and oftentimes the ones that are the most popularly known are the ones that are carrying the most weight. There's also certainly some truth that we see in our coverage on a daily basis that a lot of the GAM stuff does end up overlapping some of those levels with kind of traditional, just kind of eyeballing technical stuff sometimes. KG, you mentioned something I want to come back to, which is risk exposure, and really that's what it comes down to. That's a really good way to summarize it from the perspective of the people who are really moving this much volume, is that that's kind of why these can become fulcrums or sort of flip points, because risk can change. But the idea is that these participants generally are pretty well defined in their risk, and so there are oftentimes lack of a move more so than a big move. But that's why the potential for the big moves there.
Yeah, definitely. So when you're talking about a market maker, you know, there's this misconception that a market maker is pretty much on one side of the market. That's really not the case. Their goal is to be delta neutral on time decay. If you're talking about an options market maker, that's really their key. bread and butter and how they make money. And if we have more transactions, more volume taking place, they're making more money off of those spreads. That's how they actually run their business. But when you look at the exposure, either to the upside or downside, that excessive risk or potential risk that is out there, that's where these second derivatives come into play. So if you're talking about gamma, as Shane was talking